plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
They don't make furniture like they used to, and that's exactly why Bucks County Estate Traders is your summer home upgrade destination. Now through July 7th during their 4th of July sale, take 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. Whether your style is classic, modern, rustic, or traditional, you'll find over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, from vintage treasures to designer showstoppers. We're talking about brands like Stickley, Baker, Henredon, and more. The kind of quality that lasts for generations at a fraction of retail prices. And unlike big box stores, if you see something you love, you could take it home the same day. Every piece with a QR code for instant info. And their team, well, they're straight shooters who know their stuff. No pushy sales tactics. Shop the sale at buckscountyestatetraders.com with code USA25. Or visit their Hatfield showroom, now open extended hours and Sundays. The 4th of July sale is underway right now. Again, 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. Tell them Nick Cale sent you.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or apply stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text CARD to 323232. That's CARD to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
On. What's up? It's Pennsylvania. How y'all doing this morning? Thank you for turning in to the #1 talk radio station in Philadelphia that covers most of the mid-Atlantic states. So we're talking about Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland. Hey, how y'all doing? How y'all doing this morning? I am Kathy Barnett, sitting in for my double good girlfriend, Dawn Stensland, on the Dawn Stensland Show. The call-in number is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I'm so excited to be here with you guys. I see the chat. Y'all are already out here, woke and ready. And by woke, I mean conscious, not liberal woke. Thank you guys so much for joining in. Today, helping me kind of walk through all of the breaking news is my new friend, Adam Coleman. And I mean, this is my first time seeing you face to face, but I feel like I know you. But I think it was maybe a year ago. I don't know how I found you, but I saw you. I reached out to you. Because that's what I do, especially, I mean, I've been Black and conservative for a long time now, and it was real lonely out here. And so when I see another Black person talking like they got some sense, I'm like, who is that person? And let me become fast friends. And I saw you out there. I think it was around the whole transgender thing is with Jennifer Say is maybe how I first found you and just started listening to you. And so, Adam, thank you for coming. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah. For those who may not know Adam, he is the founder of Wrong Speak Publishing. He is also co-founder of Thirst Entertainment and author of The Children We Left Behind. You guys can see right behind me, if you're on the chat, you can see right behind me his book, The Children We Left Behind by Adam Coleman. So we got a lot to talk about. Again, I think the way you popped up on my radar, Adam, is with Jennifer Say. She is the former athlete, gymnast, who has had a very long career, but she started, what is the name of the company?
XXXY.
Yes, XXXY, because those are the two genders. There's only been those two genders. Mm-hmm. And I remember saying that when I ran for Senate here in Pennsylvania in 2022. And when I would say there are only two genders, people would look at me. Some would look at me with, I can't believe she just said that out loud. Others would look at me like, thank you for saying that out loud. Yeah. But apparently, while we were asleep last night, University of Pennsylvania has officially entered into a resolution agreement. So as of today, University of Pennsylvania has formally apologized and committed to remediating past Title IX violations. You guys remember this, that a person by the name of Leah Thomas, real name William Thomas, a man, fully intact man. I had Riley Gaines here on this radio station during the Dawn Stensland Show when I was filling in for Dawn, talking about this man who's fully intact, and she said he was a fully grown man with his appendages, that he was taking showers next to the other girls. So not only was this about him competing in the waters with these girls, but he was taking showers with these girls, and everyone was being forced to pretend all of this is normal. There's nothing strange going on here. Well, apparently, University of Pennsylvania has issued a formal apology and is now committing to upholding Title IX that was meant to protect girls' sports. Because, of course, a girl is not a man, and a girl cannot go toe-to-toe with a man. Yeah. If you're on YouTube, y'all can see William Thomas out here competing, looking like a man and beating all of the women. So anyway, all of this has happened. What do you say?
Well, if Trump didn't win, this wouldn't be happening.
Absolutely. Yes. So moral of the story is these people will continue to be woke if Trump had not won. And the only reason why it's not like they've had a come to Jesus moment, right? Like, oh, I've sinned and I'm wrong and now I see the error of my ways. No, the only reason why these people are capitulating is because Donald Trump won. And in fact, Donald Trump, University of Pennsylvania was facing a $175 million freeze on federal research funding. That is the only reason. These people are unrepentant.
Yeah. You got to force them. You got to hit them where it actually hurts, and that's their pocket. That I've been saying since 2020, when all this craziness started happening, that the only way to move forward is to hurt them financially. Whether it's going to be lawsuits, but I actually didn't foresee, not necessarily Trump winning, but Trump actually doing the things that he was doing, saying, hey, that federal money, you're not entitled to it, right? And if you want that money, there are stipulations to it, just like with anything else.
Right.
And if you're going to violate the law, the federal law, then you know what? You don't deserve that money, which I don't have a problem with. If there's actual law that's put in place. And listen, if UPenn said, you know what, we don't want your money, we want to keep celebrating Leah Thomas as the winner and do the things that we want to do, then that's fine. Then that's their choice. But if you're dependent on that money, which every institution, every college is, for profit, even if they don't tell you that they're for profit, every college is. And if you say that, hey, we might lose $175 million of taxpayer money, then a lot of people are going to be like, you know what? I know this ideology sounds good and everything, but it's not worth it.
All of a sudden, the virtue, if you place a price tag on the virtue signaling, right? Yeah. You can have your virtue signaling opportunities and put, I know you call him Leah, but his name is William Thomas.
Right.
But again, in the United States of America, this wonderful country, if you want to change your name legally to Leah, you can be Leah in name only, but not in DNA, right?
Correct.
And you so anyway, I think all of these people who were in positions of authority should be fired. They are not repentant.
Yeah.
They are clearly morally compromised. And as a mom with a 16-year-old, a 19-year-old going off to college, you have invested in your babies, you have done the best you can, and then getting emotional. Because as a mom, you send them out into the world and you're praying and you're like, Lord Jesus, protect my babies. Mm-hmm. Protect their innocence. Don't let anyone harm them. And then you send your kid not to some rinky-dink university, but you're sending them to a University of Pennsylvania, then the top 10 Ivy League schools in the nation, probably the world. You send them to this place and you think they're going to be protected, and your daughter walks into the gym and there's a boy taking a shower next to her, fully intact. And your babies aren't protected. They feel intimidated and threatened. My daughter is an elite athlete. She just made it qualify for Junior Olympics. And I was saying to her, what if a boy was in there? In that competition? What if there were two boys? You would not have won a medal. She came in second place in the regionals. What if there was a boy and he had stolen that opportunity? And so I think this is really huge. I'm very grateful for this moment, but I feel some kind of way about it still.
I mean, I don't blame you. There was a lot of deception that was happening. A lot of do not believe your deceiving eyes, right? Mm-hmm. You're looking at clearly a man with long hair, but they're telling you, no, always a woman, even though you can just go back in the yearbook and see that he was on the swim team for the men's. Mm-hmm. He's always a woman. And it's just this consistent gaslighting that was happening for people. And Paula Scanlon was one of his teammates. Mm-hmm. And this constant need to make her feel like there's something wrong with her, for just remembering a few years ago or a year ago, the season before, that, no, it's William. I met William. And all of a sudden, William has a different name and is supposedly the exact same as me. and now taking all these accolades. But I also think I do believe in forgiveness.
I do too.
I don't think this is genuine repentance on their part. I think this is just looking out for the bottom line, which fine. That's what it is. It's an institution. It's not necessarily an institution with a particular conscience. But I do think that we have to look beyond UPenn. We have to look at ESPN, who celebrated when Leah Williams broke the record, right? And also at the same time, because I used to watch ESPN all the time, celebrating Title IX for years, rightfully so, and watching as the two worlds clash, celebrating Title IX and celebrating the destruction of Title IX at the same time.
I mean, we really can't make it up. Guys, if you want to jump into this conversation, please do at 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. We're going to go to break and we'll be right back. See you on the other side.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We've raised over $3,500 just this morning. Another $500 donation from Lynn.
Lynn!
Let me see. There's a couple of other big ones. We had Mike donated another $100.
Thank you, Mike. Major announcement. Thank you to this audience. We have just reached 10,000.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much.
Come on.
I mean, this audience is absolute best. Keep the donations coming.
We need some video highlights to make the cut sheet of Stalker on the Bike.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Dawn Stensland here. What an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Valued Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord CR-V or the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, for today's special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Comedian Joe Conklin. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The Joe Conklin event, if you have a chance, with the City Rhythm Orchestra. Wow, that's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia sports. Just the number of cues, the number of voices, the number of songs. An incredible night. And the Conklin family, just amazed how many of them perform. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
Here we are. Like, break that, take that, take that, take that. Hey, guys, what's up? You're with your girl, Kathy Barnett, sitting in for Dawn Stensland on the Dawn Stensland Show. Here is the call-in number, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Why am I talking about cultural stuff? Yes, I'm going to get to the 60-day Gaza ceasefire. I'm going to get to the big, beautiful Senate bill that Chuck Schumer put in. Oh, wait a minute. Soon, verdict to be read in Diddy trial. Okay, so hopefully that comes out while I'm here. I'm going to talk about all of these things, right? But you know, I spend a lot of time talking about culture because you guys have heard people say politics flows downstream from culture, right? Change culture, we change the type of politicians we are electing, i.e., Zohran Mamdani, right? Zohran Mamdani, I can't even blame him. He is a product of the culture. If you don't like Zohran Mamdani, then change the culture. But the only way you can change the culture is if you participate in the conversation. I've been quoting all week one of my favorite quotes from Abraham Lincoln, that public opinion is everything. What the majority of people think is everything. With it, you cannot fail. Without it, you cannot succeed. But it begs the question, who's informing public opinion? There's a huge market out here that they pay top dollar to inform, to mold, to shape your opinion. Dan, play this particular clip because I'm going to, bear with me, guys. Listen to this clip. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but listen to it and I will break it down.
Just as Riven emerged.
I was ready to tear the heavens apart to be with you.
We can't.
Yes, we can.
She was ready. She has Nexplanon to prevent pregnancy, a non-daily birth control that lasts for 3 years. Over 99% effective, no matter the fantasy. Ask your doctor about Nexplanon.
Yeah. Now, okay, that was the commercial. My husband and I are sitting down getting ready to watch Creed 3 on streaming. And all of a sudden, this birth control commercial pops up. And it's a storybook. It opens up as chapter 2, written in pink. And this fairy tale princess runs into the embrace of a fairy tale prince. And she's like, we can be together. And he said, oh, but we can't. And she says, oh, but now we can. And then they go on into this fairy tale. It's soft lighting. It's the leaves falling. And now they're on the ground. And I said to my husband immediately, this commercial is not meant for me. This commercial is meant for my baby, for my 16-year-old, for my 12-year-old niece. This is not meant for me. And then fast forward a couple of days later, I don't know why my husband and I started talking about this again, but we're driving and my 16-year-old is in the back and she said, and she leaps up and says, yeah, I didn't even know the name of this, but she said the name, Nexplanon. Yeah, I saw that. I thought that was so crazy. I recorded it and I sent it to my girlfriends. Like, this is a really crazy commercial. So it did what it was meant to do. They captured the mind of my 16-year-old daughter. She's not paying attention to all of this. But then she starts talking about, oh, yeah, but you can get cancer and die. You can, it can get stuck. And if you can't get it out, you'll die. And if you put it in, you can have atopic pregnancy, and you can die. So she starts doing all of that. But I thought to myself, they accomplished their goal, which was because I didn't even remember their name, but my 16-year-old daughter did. And most of us would think, okay, well, yeah, that's just a one-off. But no, all of these things there's a connective tissue that connects all of these things, and that brings us to the culture in which we're now living in, raising our children, paying taxes in, and now apparently New York is about to elect the first radical Muslim. All of these things are connected. Help us connect that tissue.
Well, money. That's, I think, especially when you talk about the root of this particular commercial, their goal is to maintain a particular, especially a future consumer. So it's not, oh, this is a birth control option. This is 3 years. Oh, it's long term. and maybe after another 3 years, you can keep taking this particular drug. Um, and just like you said, your daughter remembered it not because she liked it, right? But the point of marketing and the point of much propaganda is that you remember it, right? It becomes a reference point for you. So even if you tell someone this is crazy, but then maybe down in the future, the person you told says, you know what, I am looking for an option, and I remember hearing about this product. So you can't buy something you've never heard of, and that's ultimately the point. They are targeting a particular group, whether they like the commercial or don't like the commercial is sort of irrelevant as long as they remember it. And as long as they remember the product, then that's the way they make money. But all of this stuff that we've been looking at, just like we were talking about UPenn changed its course because of money. All of this revolves around cash flow in some sense. Everyone wants to maintain money or make more money, and they're willing to use our children to do so. The transgender movement was more so about getting a new medical base. It's why all the children's hospitals around the country suddenly started performing all these surgeries on minors, right? They denied it at first, then they said they are doing it, then they said it's actually a good thing that they're doing it. So it just depends on what phase they were at. But at the end of the day, the doctors, the surgeons, the hospitals themselves, which are corporations, were all doing this to increase their bottom line. They are not people who actually care about our children. They care about our children when it benefits them to do so. But if there is a new avenue for a new subset of consumers, they will go in that direction.
And that is the reason why parents have to stay vigilant. I know, Joseph, you're saying what? Yes, it's oh, and Gary agreed with you out here on YouTube saying, yeah, follow the money. Yeah, and that's why, I mean, and I was talking to my husband as I was coming in. He was like, because I call one segment of the population, everyone has their agenda. Yes, money is one, but then another is really because they have their little fetishes and they want to do what it is that they want to do, and they want to normalize their little fetishes.
Right.
And I call the LGBTQAI plus the alphabet mafia, right? And why do I call it the alphabet mafia? Because they act like they were behaving like a mafia group. And I put into chat GPT define mafia, and it's a well-organized organization, a well-organized group that uses violence or pressure or whatever it is that they need to do to accomplish their goal, right? And so back in 2022, I'm out here telling, people like, well, what does it mean to be a woman? I'm a woman. Look at me. Open your eyes. I'm a woman, right? I know exactly what it means to be a woman. And people were calling me homophobic and xenophobic and transphobic. No, what I am is I am not morally compromised. I understand that there is a right and that there is a wrong, and have chemically castrating little 5-year-old boys, forcing a 5-year-old boy, allowing a 5-year-old boy to make a decision for his 30-year-old self.
Right.
How crazy is that? How many of you out there have children? And today they're a monkey, tomorrow they're a ghost, right? Like they have that fluidity.
Right.
But we had come as a country allowing people to make decisions that impact people's lives for generations and decades later. Like even with the UPenn decision, thank you, UPenn, for, acquiescing and coming to your senses. But what about all the girls who lost out on scholarships?
Right.
Right. And they were not able to pay for college. And now they have to take out debt. Everybody's talking about people with school loan and school debts, right? These decisions have consequences attached to them. And 4 years later, you can apologize, but those consequences are still there. We have raised up a whole generation to think there are 87 different versions of themselves.
Well, yes, you're mentioning collateral damage, essentially. There's always collateral damage whenever you engage in some sort of war. And we were going through a culture war. And there are people who are going to lose their jobs, lose opportunities, lose their businesses because of the ongoing culture war that was happening. But, all this is extremely eye-opening for me to see how far certain institutions are willing to go. And so I would say in certain situations, my trust in institutions has now turned to high skepticism. And I think that's kind of a good thing.
I think that's a good thing. The
Yeah.
government is not your friend.
Right.
And I think the reason why our founding fathers, I think they're a little schizophrenic. There was like, like they have 3 different branches of government and 4th when you take into consideration the state.
Yeah.
And everyone is supposed to balance everyone and to hold everyone's feet to the fire. And we should be, but it relies upon an informed electorate, an informed voter base.
Right.
And it's all about those public opinions. And when you have people, I mean, I always would just step back and look and, and just think to myself, what has happened that we as a voting base allowed a lot of this. Today, everyone has found their backbone, and now they're standing up saying there's only 2 genders. A woman is a woman, and a man can't be. Everyone has suddenly found their backbone on these topics. But I remember just 2 years ago, people writing articles about me, calling me all kind of names because I just would not bow the knee to this foolishness, recognizing that my own children are watching me and they need to know what it looks like to have a backbone and to stand in a culture that has lost its mind.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I started doing all of this. My first book, Black Victim to Black Victor, I wrote it and I told no one about it, didn't tell my family, didn't tell my job. But I dedicated the book to my son because I released it in 2021, saying the thing that you're not really supposed to say, and realizing that I got way more love than I did hate when I started promoting it. And people started realizing that, well, I started realizing that those horror stories are exactly that. And they're meant to persuade people to shut up. And most people actually agree with us, right?
Yeah.
They don't have a platform to go on television or they don't feel compelled to go online to say these things, but they agree. And so the more people, and it doesn't take that many, but the more people who speak the truth and say things that are so obviously common sense, the more the people, the average person feels compelled to live their life more comfortably.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I saw that when I was out there with Vivek Ramaswamy, traveling the nation, when I was here in Pennsylvania, traveling all across. There are more people who agree with us than not. It's not 50-50. The nation is not evenly divided. It's more like 80-20, and the 80% leans our way. But they've been bullied by this mafia group. They've been forced to shut up and sit down, and as a result, there's a squeeze going on. But I think people are looking for an opportunity to be able to speak truth. Okay, guys, the number to call in is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Jump in into the conversation. See you in a minute.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Yo, it's Coop. Summer, to me anyway, is all about great music and staying connected. And when you switch to Verizon Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box, on us. Take your favorite music down the shore, the backyard, wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. At National Appliance Warehouse, we leverage our billions in buying power to pass on dramatic savings to our customers. As a result, our massive showroom and warehouse are fully stocked with appliances at pre-tariff prices. Right now is the perfect time to insulate yourself from future uncertainty by taking advantage of our 4th of July mega sale. Enjoy deep discounts on all appliances. As always, Price Assure guarantees the National Appliance Warehouse price is the best price, and there's no uncertainty about our service. It's unequivocally the best in the industry, rivaling that of a small independent. And of course, we do it all, including delivery and installation.
The incredible 4th of July mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on LG. Get a deluxe stainless steel kitchen suite with French door refrigerator from LG. Regularly $55.36 for only $27.98.88 after rebate. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. You are listening to The Dawn Stensland Show. I am sitting in for Dawn. My name is Kathy Barnett. If you want to call in, the number is 855-839-1210. I am looking, and it appears that Sean Combs has been acquitted of most serious charges. He was found not guilty on racketeering conspiracy. He was found not guilty of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. He was found guilty, however, of transportation to engage in prostitution. So this will, we're finding it out right now, right along with the rest of you. So he was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. He was found not guilty on sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. And he was found not guilty on racketeering charges that they had put up that they were placing against him as well. Now, on the charge, as of right now, he has been found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. That penalty carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in federal prison per count.
Paul Morrow has analysis of this if you wanted to hear it.
Yeah, please do.
He certainly is going to appeal. Whether or not he's held in jail, I would suspect he will be. Each of these counts carries 10 years. This is the Notorious Mann Act. As many people may have heard, it's echoed down through history. There's been famous people. Charlie Chaplin was charged with this. He beat it. They got Chuck Berry on this. R. Kelly was charged with this. So very clearly, what the jury seems to have decided here is that the prostitution stuff happened, but the rest of the stuff was not coercive, and in fact, it was transactional. And that seems to be the atmospheric from these, these verdicts. And it is, you have to say, in light of what he was looking at, you have to say that this is pretty close to a victory and a rare swing and a miss for the Southern District of New York.
Yeah, I don't know how you can equate a potential 10 years in prison to a victory, but I guess compared to what the conversation was like initially, that if found guilty on, they had him 10 years on everything, and they had a long list of things that he could foreseeably spend his entire life in prison. Now, I guess one of the questions is that now as he's going through the reworking of all of this, if they will let him out on bail or if he has to continue to stay in prison. That would be very interesting to see.
And they'll probably say he has some time served because he's been locked up for a little bit, and wouldn't be shocked if he's sentenced for X amount of time and let out early because of good behavior. So that potential 10, even if he got the max, I could see that being knocked down and knocked down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows? I don't know. But that man act is serious. You see R. Kelly, he's still in prison.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So they are not playing with that. Again, but the thing, when I see things like this, my thought goes to, like, this is never done in the back room somewhere, in a bubble, isolated. A lot of other people know about it.
Right.
A lot of other people right now that this has come out with Sean Combs, like a lot of people coming out like, yeah, we know about those white parties. Yeah, everybody says make sure you're out of there by 12 a.m. But at the time, people, it's all about me. It's all about my next deal. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. And again, I know I keep talking about culture because it matters. It really matters for me.
Yeah.
At home, my brother says, Kathy, I'm gonna give you 3 words. Make it political. And yesterday, the 3 words were horse, rice, and orange. And I made it political. But the point being, and they're all laughing, but the point being that I tell them all the time, politics is in everything.
Mm-hmm.
Politics is in the air you breathe, the quality of it, right? Politics, whether it's wind or solar, politics is in the food you eat. Look at RFK Jr. and the dyes and the vaccines and all of these things. Politics is in everything.
Mm-hmm.
And only naive people believe, well, I'm just going to mind my own business and stick my head in the sand, and I'm just not going to worry about politics. I don't want to talk about politics and religion. Politics is in everything, and religion is often used as a tool to beat people over the head to acquiesce one way or the other.
No, I agree. I have a weird thing, especially when it comes to religion within politics, because religion and politics have different purposes. If we're specifically talking about Christianity, it is about a relationship with God. It's not about winning. It's about salvation. It's a completely different objective than, say, the Republican Party or Democrat Party. For them, it's about winning, right? And it's about winning to what extent? What do they have to do within certain bounds that they can get away with, especially, but within a certain bounds, winning as many people as possible. So sometimes there is this, we should want this thing because from a faith perspective, that's what we should want. But it's like, but a political party can have its principles, but its principles are not essentially the same as your church.
But how would you say you arrive at those principles?
Well, for me personally, as a Christian, I rise at those principles based off of my faith.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
but
then
that's me personally.
No, but
Yeah.
I think that's everybody.
Mhm.
I think no one. I remember Obama winning in 2008, and I remember him walking on stage and is, so magnanimous. And I remember him saying, "I am a blank slate for you to write upon, America." And my first thought was, that's a lie. No one is a blank slate.
Right.
Even in my womb, as I was carrying my children, I was writing on them.
Right.
I was writing out on their DNA who they are, right? And certainly once they're born, their environment from the moment they're born to the moment that they're whatever age he was when he initially won, you're writing on that person. That's a lie to say you're a blank slate. We're all being informed somehow, but we're all being informed by, religion is a huge informer. And even if
Absolutely.
you say you don't have a religion, that's your religion, right?
Mhm.
Because these people are real adamant about that aspect of them. Whether it's religion, whether it's history, whether it's political, we're all being informed, right? And
Absolutely.
so as a Christian, my faith does inform me. And I'm very open about it. I'm unapologetic as a believer in Christ and how that informs certain things that I do or don't do. And even as someone running for office, like I wouldn't check my faith at the door. I'm still a believer, although I'm walking and casting a vote one way or the other. But my question would always be, because the greatest pushback I got when I ran for office, it wasn't from the Amish or the Hindu. The Hindu community, I mean, they were one of my largest fundraisers.
Right.
The Chinese community, they were one of my largest. I mean, those people knocked on, when I ran for Congress, they knocked on over 50,000 doors for me. Just going up and down and knocking on those doors, right? The Amish community invited me in and said, hey, everybody, she's one of us, right? Wonderful people. But the greatest pushback I got was actually from within the church.
Right.
Talk about a bunch of apathetic people. Just the apathy. Like, oh, Jesus is coming by and by. No. And I would say to them, who, if not people like me, should be running for office? Like, I actually believe there is a right and a wrong.
Right.
I actually believe that there are only two genders. I actually believe that we should take care of the poor, but that we should not base our policies on the poor.
Right.
We should base our policies on how do we benefit the middle class, because the middle class is the one who's providing the engine for the top 1% and paying the bills for the bottom 50%. So we want to make sure that we're protecting this group of people, that we don't become a nation of rulers and renters and nothing in the middle.
Right. No, I completely agree with you.
We're getting ready to go to break.
Yeah.
Hold that thought. We're going to break. Here's the number, 855-839-1210. I'm going to find out more about what's going on with Sean P. Diddy Combs. See y'all on the other side.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my friends from Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning. I'm so excited. I just had a Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed. Now, our lower level does have poor ventilation and ductwork, so this ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning has been a total game changer. Larry and I, of course, share an office and studio. Consider a mini split for your hard-to-reach areas. Marvin E. Cann's, Marvin E. KANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Free speech lives here. The Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
That's right. Okay, guys, listen. This is the Kathy Barnett Show. No, it's not. It's Kathy Barnett sitting in for Don Stinsland. The Kathy Barnett Show is every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m. So, I mean, we be cracking up. The phones be off the hook. So many people are calling in. On Saturday, Dan, on a Saturday show at 10 a.m., people are calling in. It's so much fun.
I love your show, Kathy. I love the energy that you bring every Saturday morning. And yeah, the callers, I don't know what's going on. Call in right now. Dawn Sensley. We take calls too, 10 to 12, 855-839-1210. We'd love to hear from you.
Yes, we would love to hear from you. But we actually have a clip of what's going on. We have a former NYPD inspector and Fox News contributor actually on the inside of the Sean P. Diddy Combs courtroom right now. You want to play that?
The prosecution made it about the sex and the freak-offs, but there were other things involved that you've mentioned.
Yeah, so one of the things that was marbled into this case were the drugs and the guns. They seized some of these things at the locations where they executed search warrants. And to Jim Trustee's point, I kept waiting for the witness that was going to come together as a flip and say, look, I was part of this RICO. Yes, I signed a cooperation agreement with the government, but here's what we were doing. And we had this organization. It was running guns. It was running drugs. It was doing all of this stuff. You never really got that. And so as a result, what happens? It becomes all about the sex crimes. It became all about the sexual stuff. And the defense did a very good job of introducing all of these text messages where the women involved were affirmatively reaching out to Diddy and saying, where are you? I want to come be with you. In some instances, even saying, I want to be part of the freak-offs. I miss them. And so what you ended up with at the end of the day is a he said, she said, where the prosecution had to say, well, the women involved were suffering from battered wife, essentially. And if you could get over that hump, if you could get past that, and say, to the jury, no, there had been many months, and they reached back out to him. That took the RICO charge with it. And a single-person RICO is extremely rare. Remember why we have RICO. It was created by an academic for the purposes of taking down the mafia, and then it was Rudy Giuliani who really figured out how to use it and apply it, and he did, in fact, break the back of the mafia here in New York City and nationwide. It's that sophisticated a statute. And in this case, it did always feel like a reach, and the jury agreed.
Yeah.
Paul, in
thank
your
you
experience.
so much, Dan. I appreciate that. Guys, in the studio with me right now is Adam Coleman. He is the founder of Wrong Speak Publishing, co-founder of Thirst Entertainment, and author of the book. If you're looking at me on YouTube, you can see the book right there on the screen, The Children We Left Behind. You have any thoughts on all of this? He was not found guilty, Adam, on racketeering conspiracy. He was not found guilty on most of the really large crimes like sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. What are you thinking?
Well, I kind of felt like this might be a stretch from the very beginning. We saw what happened with Trump and them trying to turn that into a racketeering. And I'm just like, it just something about it. They were trying to point to some bigger conspiracy, and I was just under the impression that, especially when it comes to federal prosecutors, they usually don't bring charges unless they have a lot more that they haven't told the public about. So just like he was saying, he was waiting for something to come through, like the smoking gun from the prosecutor.
Like some kind of organization,
Right.
like a formal organization of trafficking, drugs, people.
Or witnesses.
All of that, yeah.
Someone who's actually been involved in it. Yes, they can point how everything
Right.
operated. But it sounds like they didn't have
And
that.
it really did. I mean, I listen a little bit, not a lot, because it's just nasty. Like
Yeah.
most people, 80% of us, we're just not freaks like that. We're trying to pay bills. We're trying to keep the lights on. We're trying to send our kids to school, right? We don't have time for, 72 hours freak offs, right? So it was like, what in the world? And it really did become all about this salacious kind of sex stuff that's going on. And like, that's crazy. I think they adequately proved that Diddy is a horrible human being. But I too was waiting for this conspiracy, but it was always just about he's really nasty, probably got a lot of diseases, got a lot of stuff going on, right? But that's about it.
I can foresee, this is my prediction, I can foresee Diddy trying to make a comeback, and then there are going to be Diddy supporters who are saying that he was set up by the government or that this was racially motivated, because I've already heard some of that.
Are you talking about black people?
Yes.
Of course. Like, why does everything black and cool have to be us rallying around the sickest, nastiest, most debased, right? I don't know if you remember here in Philadelphia, but, under the Biden administration, there was some kind of rioting that took place downtown Philadelphia. Dan, if you remember this, remind me. But there was very plus size black girl that was encouraging people to break into buildings.
Meatball.
I'm sorry?
Name was Meatball.
Meatball. Yes, Meatball.
Oh, she's huge now, Kathy. She's all over social media. Drewski, one of the social media stars, features her in a lot of videos now, dating videos and such. Oh, she's all over the place.
Wow.
Yeah, she's still around.
So
That's Meatball.
done come up, huh? She done gotta come up. But that's like the worst.
Yeah.
Like, I'm black. I've been black all my life. I would assume you've been black all your life too, Adam. I don't know anybody like that. I know a lot of black people. And I don't know these black people they have on, all these videos doing some of them. I don't know any George Floyds. I don't know any of these people, but it's very irritating to me and it really grinds me raw that anything black that is elevated for the world to see, it is debased, it is debauchery, it is nastiness, it is filth. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know any people like that.
Well, the most ignorant get the most platforms. It's much like how Twitter, the crazier thing you say, the more attention you get. The ignorant section of black people, they got cell phones too. And they record themselves saying reckless stuff, and it gets a lot of attention. So, they're going to get way more attention than someone like myself, who is just trying to be myself, trying to be like normal, So they're going to always get more attention, but they're always going to. There's something about irreverent, ignorant people who just thrive off of external validation, and they can't wait to tell the world about how dumb they are.
And it seems like there's a platform of spotlighting black people
Absolutely.
acting real crazy and then labeling it black fatigue. I mean, no more is more fatigue of that kind of black person than me.
Yeah.
I'm real fatigued of black people, those kind of black people behaving poorly, and then the rest of us, people looking at us like we're that way. But I have to say, I'm sure you remember earlier this year, once Donald Trump won, there was a lot of white conservatives who said, okay, we won the presidency, the House, the Senate. What do we do with all this winning? Oh, let's make saying the N-word popular again, right? And I was so encouraged that in the real world, when you get off of Twitter, most white people are like, yeah, that's stupid. We're not doing that. That is dumb. And it's the same thing with the left. You see the left doing real stupid, insane things, policies, boys, girls, boys, all of that. And then you come off of Twitter and you realize, okay, 80% of this country is reasonable, insane. We're going to go to break. We'll be right back. The call-in number is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. Enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Pennsylvania. Take that, take that, take that, take that. Okay, guys, listen, we are in a new hour of the show. The call-in number is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. And right now I have Joe from Texas on the line. Hey, Joe, how you doing?
I'm fine, Kathy, and yourself.
I am doing well, Joe. I have to ask you, are you glued to your television watching the P. Diddy charges?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
What?
What? No, Joe, really?
Tell me, Dan, what were you telling me?
Yeah, so actually during the break, I was surprised to see, who was it? It was Mangelmush said that his mother just called him really angry that she really wanted to watch Price is Right today, and it was actually usurped for coverage of the Diddy trial. So to fact check that, what I did is I went over and I looked at the local networks. Kathy, every single local network has dropped their daily regular coverage to get live coverage of the P. Diddy trial result. Is it that big of a news where they're almost treating it like it's O.J. Simpson happening right now?
Yeah, Joe, so that's why I was asking you, Joe, are you glued to your television, riveted to what is happening with P. Diddy? And I guess you're not, sir.
No, I am not. I happen to be at work. I'm one of the odd Americans that go to work every day.
Like, you would think this would be, hey, Kristen, I see you. Stay right there. Don't go anywhere yet. But, Joe, you would think this would be I don't know. What did we find out last night? Donald Trump declares 60-day Gaza ceasefire agreed by Israel. You would think it would be that, right? Like, wow. After, I mean, what year are we in now with the Hamas war? 2 years. And now Donald Trump has not only stopped a 30-year Rwanda and Congo war. Not only has Donald Trump stopped the war with Pakistan and India, not only did Donald Trump stop the war with Israel and Iran, but now he just bartered or brokered a 60-day Gaza ceasefire. You would think we would be talking about that nonstop, but instead, everyone has stopped their normal movement to cover Diddy. What do you say, Joe?
Well, it doesn't matter how good Donald Trump has anything come out. They're never gonna let that be the top story. I mean, it doesn't make any difference what Donald Trump accomplishes in this 4 years or day to day. They're going to play it down or play something else more important. I mean, just give the guy a break. He's winning in most everything he's said he would do. He's working hard at it, accomplishing a lot, but they're never going to give him any credit because they're just hung up on themselves. And today, we'll just say if something came in front of the Senate today that Donald Trump walked in and half people they won't even agree that it's Donald Trump. I believe it'd be a split vote. I believe the vice president would have to cast that winning vote to say it is Donald Trump.
I know, right? Hey, Joe, let me take this call and see what Christian has to say, and if you can help me with that. Hey, Christian, how you doing?
Hi there. How are you?
I am doing well. How can I help you?
So I'm going to kind of strap my tinfoil hat on kind of tight here, and I'm wondering if that Diddy case wasn't thrown on purpose, given the amount of money that flows through him up and down from very important people. You know, as Adam pointed out, you know, they never dropped any kind of real smoking gun of things that they would have, you know, definitive evidence on, drug charges, you know, weapon possession, all that good stuff. So is it possible that that wasn't dropped intentionally so that they wouldn't convict him of anything and it relied upon a he said, she said thing?
Thank you so much for calling in, Christian. You know, what we do know, Joe, is that I know, right? I'm talking about P. Diddy, but Christian called, so let me just respond. He was found guilty on one thing, and according to the penalties, he could be facing up to 10 years. So he's not getting away with everything. I'm sure there's going to be an appeal and on and on. I think the big question is right now, I'm looking at it, all the cameras are on the door. What if P. Diddy walks out of the courtroom? I think people will really lose their mind. But Joe, I did not invite you on to talk about P. Diddy.
Okay, good.
I know. I wanted to talk to you because we have the big, beautiful bill, although Chuck Schumer entered in a change. He wanted to change the name.
I raise a point of order against page 1, lines 3 to 5 of the pending amendment, which violates section 313B1A of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
The point of order is sustained.
And so he was able to get the title of the bill changed from the One Big Beautiful Act to the act. Like that is where we're spending he didn't get anything else, I guess he wanted, but he wanted to get the name change. And that is what that's what our hard tax-paying dollars are hard at work at, Joe, I guess.
Well, you maybe a little bit before your time, but there was a great fighter. His name was Cassius Clay. Mm-hmm. Then he went under Muhammad Ali, mm-hmm. and he won. It didn't matter about the name. So if we get it and it passes and it does what we want it to do, I don't really care about the name.
Joe, that's why I love you coming on, because, again, you always bring balance and perspective. Who cares, right? A horse by any other name is still a horse. We can still use it for whatever it is that we're going to use it by, and you're absolutely correct. But now that the big, beautiful bill, for all intents and purposes, will probably be voted on in the House today or tomorrow, and Donald Trump will sign it on Friday, and then we will move on to new and bigger problems. And one of those new and bigger problems, one that you and I have been talking a lot about on Saturdays anyway, is who's going to work these jobs. According to what Donald Trump and Scott Bassett, the secretary, has been doing, is really working hard to reshore investments back into this country. And right now, the last time I looked, we're looking at $5 to $7 trillion of investments and jobs coming back to America. And the question you've been asking since early this year is, who's going to work those jobs? And no one has really talked about it to the extent that you have and been so early at talking about it. And I just wanted you to come back on and let's double click this to help people know after Friday, the world is still revolving and we have bigger problems right ahead of us. And I think it's going to be our low workforce participation rate.
Well, the only way you're going to get yourself out of this problem financially that America is in today, $37 trillion in the hole, you're going to have to work your way out of it. You can't argue your way out of it. I mean, look at the past 24 years. We've argued for 24 years, 12 years Democrat, 12 years Republican. We went from $5 trillion to 37. So what has Oregon done? It hasn't done anything. It doesn't matter who the captain of the ship is. The problem is right now our ship's going down. It doesn't matter if it's a Democrat in the chair or Republican in the chair. We're going down if as a ship, as a plane, as a train, because we're broke. Our system is broke, and all we do is argue about it. We don't fix anything, and there's your problem. And the only way to fix your debt is to quit wasting money. You got to quit spending money foolishly. We need to get people off the couch that's able to work to go to work. We need to reform a lot of these programs, and most of all, we need to work more in this country. That's the only way we're going to get our debt down is work ourselves out of it. We can wish it. We can pray for it. We can get somebody in that says he can cut $2 trillion out or whatever it is. But the bottom line is you have to work for it, and we're not doing it.
Yeah, I've been talking a lot this morning with my friend Adam, who's joining me here in the studio, about the culture. And, and the fact that our culture is broken and we're going to have to do a lot of work to change the culture. The reason why we have the type of representatives in office that we have is because of the culture. The reason why we have Zohran Mamdani, a radical Muslim, getting ready to be mayor of the largest and most economically influential city in the world, it's not so much because it's his fault. It's because of our culture. Everything flows downhill from culture. And I think you're absolutely right. I think it would be great if we can go in with a scalpel and cut out $2 trillion. But as we just witnessed over the past several months, everyone want their hand in the bucket. Let me just play this clip for you, Joe. Do you have that Marsha Blackburn clip? Like, this should have been a no-brainer that we do not want to give Medicaid to illegals before we give it to our own American citizens. Do you have that clip ready?
No, I don't. Here it is. Sorry.
Millions of vulnerable Americans, including the disabled, elderly, and low-income children, depend on Medicaid for vital health care services. But waste, fraud, and abuse are pushing this program to the point of insolvency. According to one estimate, there were more than $1 trillion in improper payments over the last decade. To protect Medicaid for those who truly need it, this corruption must end, including by removing the 1.4 million illegal aliens who are currently exploiting the program. My amendment would close a loophole that allows illegal aliens to receive Medicaid coverage for up to 90 days by blocking federal taxpayer dollars from funding benefits for prospective beneficiaries until their citizenship or lawful presence is verified. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeah, and that was resoundingly defeated. She could not get the votes to remove roughly $1 trillion of improper payments going out to over 1 million illegal aliens who are getting the benefits. And yet we had Democrats and some Republicans say, oh, we can't cut Medicaid. We don't want people to have to work 80 hours just to get the Medicaid. We really need to stick it to the American people. What do you say, Joe?
Well, the 80-hour rule is a stupid rule anyway. 80 hours, they want people to work 80 hours a month. That's ridiculous. I work 80 hours a week, and I'm 75 years old. I don't understand 80 hours
Joe,
a month.
You got to start somewhere. We're going from 0 to 80.
Well, I mean, you do that in a drag race. As he wrote 80 real quick. But we get, look, the problem is, and you look back and she says that much in the last decade. That's Democrat and Republican presidents' administrations. Yeah. There's where this deal is. We've colored this thing all wrong, but everybody's had a different brush in their hand all along, and nobody has stayed in the lines. We've got out of the lines now. Again, I go 24 years in a row because the last time we balanced our budget was with Bill Clinton. He had a Republican Congress, and they worked together. There's a lot of reforms. We balanced our budget 4 times in a row, paid it down twice. What's wrong with the picture today? You tell me what's wrong. How do you go from $5 trillion to $37 trillion, and you're 24 years, 12 and 12, 12 years Democrat, 12 years Republican? Because all you do is argue. You don't fix anything. If we never fix it, we're going to crash. I don't care who the pilot is, who the captain is. Sooner or later, this ship will go down financially. And I guess the last person in the seat is going to get all the blame. But yet we look back, and she talks about a decade.
Yeah.
Of course, it's been bad. It's been corrupt forever.
So let's pivot on that real quick, and let's talk about something we can fix, because you're right. And one of them is, again, we have $5 to $7 trillion of jobs and investments coming back to this country. And I'm just looking at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They say we have some growing gaps right now. We have an aging workforce. Baby boomers are retiring. We have a low birth rate in this country. We're not even replacing ourselves as Americans. We have a labor force participation rate that is continuously dropping. Our labor, the number of people who are actually working is equivalent to those who were working during COVID and the shutdowns. That's a problem. We have a skill gap. And so let's talk about a fix real quick, because you had something that was very interesting. You said it. I didn't fully understand or appreciate it when you initially said it earlier this year, but over the months, I've come to realize this may be a solution. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, we have to get our immigration straightened out. We have to reform our immigration policy. We need to get rid of all the bad actors. There's no two ways about that. But while we're cleaning up all the bad actors in this country that are here illegal, we need to get all the bad actors off the street that are Americans too. They need to go to jail, and they need to pay the price also. But we have got to go back to like it was when we had Ellis Island. Ellis Island from 1894 to 1954, we brought 20 million people in this country to work in the factories and to get this country up to being what we appreciate it to being today. That's what we're going to have to do, because all the numbers you just read off are exactly on point. We do not have the labor force to take advantage of $7 trillion worth of new investment. We don't have a labor force today to get enough people working to balance our budget. We got too many people that are 25 to 55 years old sitting on the couch playing video games that are not working, and grandma's cooking for them with her Social Security money that may get cut 25%. So the train wreck is coming. The only way we can do is work ourselves out of it. Where are we going to get the workers? Not off the couch. We're going to have to do something to reform our immigration policy. And we can do that, and we can capitalize on that financially also. We can put a tariff on that labor. We can put a $25 a day tariff on that labor that the employer, I pay for 4 or 5 or 6 people. And that way, those people are here. They've been vetted. They got a special card. It's not a green card. It's a yellow card. They can not work just for me, work for anybody. I don't want them that they're bound to me, only can work for me. If they stay a good person, stay out of trouble, stay here, will help this economy, that we need to bring those people to work and shore it up. That's not a pathway to citizenship. That's just a pathway to get employers and people in this country to balance our budget.
You know, I had you on once before, and you were telling me about how you have to go above and beyond to incentivize Americans to come into work at your very successful business. You want to tell that story?
Yes, and you travel around. I was in D.C. a couple of weeks ago at an energy summit, and I showed a little video of a bunch of help wanted signs all over America, hiring bonuses, and it didn't matter whether it was at a fast food place or a refinery. They're all needing people. We have to pay $100 a day extra as a stipend to our truck drivers, our men and women that drive our trucks. We pay them a nice salary. We have hospital insurance. They have a 401k. They have vacation. But on top of that, we pay an extra $100 a day for those people to come to it, just to show up.
Just to show up.
Just to show up.
Above and beyond the 401k, above and beyond the 401k, above and beyond the insurance. Because right now, this past week, all they've been talking about insurance. Everybody wants insurance, but you actually pay insurance. You actually pay a 401k, and you still have to go above and beyond to get Americans off the couch and at work. Is that true?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am, and I'm not isolated. I'm not the only one. I visit with people every day that are having the same problem. You look at what's going on in California right now. You got crops rotting in the fields, and it's because that's a tough job, and usually it's people that come across the border and do that work and go back. Those people are scared to even come to work, so they're deciding not to do it. So we're going to have a negative impact to our economy if we don't balance this thing very quickly.
And right now, no one is talking about it because today we're only talking about Donald Trump. Oh, look. So today we're only talking about, not Donald Trump, but P. Diddy. I wish we could be talking about Donald Trump. But today we're only talking about P. Diddy. Yesterday we were only talking about, the big, beautiful bill. Tomorrow, I don't know what we'll be talking about. But eventually we're going to have to talk about who's going to work the jobs. Otherwise, you said once before, we're going to have, and this does happen, where the majority of the production is done in another country and we only put a piece of paper on it and then they say made in America, but we don't get any of the benefit to moving people out of poverty and into a working class situation.
Well, you're right. What we need to do if we'll bring the labor force up in this country, tax those people here, let them rent an apartment or buy a house here, buy a car, buy their work gloves and so forth, that payroll will turn over 7 times in our local economy instead of Taiwan or Japan or some other country. We need to bring that work into this country. We got to figure out how to do that and have a good system and enable people to do that. And that rewards our taxpayers then, because we have more people pulling the load. Right now, we don't have enough people pulling our load. Our load is too heavy. We're bogged down. If we keep it up, doesn't matter who the captain is, this ship will crash.
And I think we will both agree, we wish we can get a sledgehammer and cut trillions of dollars out of our budget. But again, y'all just watched our legislators. I just played the clip of Marsha Blackburn. Like, that should have been an easy one, right? Let's pass a 90-day verification period where taxpayer dollars do not pay for someone until a 90-day grace period. And during that 90-day grace period, we verify if they're illegal or not. And that got voted down. It's so ridiculous. We can't even get that passed. And yet we have people saying we need to just cut everything. It ain't happening. And that's the reality.
You're right. And I love the way you talk. It ain't happening.
It ain't. I know. Like, it's not. No, it ain't. Okay.
No,
Joe. JoeFromTexas.com. You guys can find out more about Joe from Texas by Mr. Joe Penland by going to JoeFromTexas.com, a businessman turned political activist. You said you're in your 70s, but you got grandbabies and you got people like me that you are working hard for. So thank you so much, Joe, for being in the fight.
God bless. Have a great day.
Blessings.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. She's an artist and absolutely a visual learner. She's doing a deep dive into our Babbel wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is very much a type A, say it to my face, listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to make sure that accent?
Precio.
Keith's a real people person and a curious learner. So he loves Babbel's Culture Bites, full of insights and native knowledge about the language he's learning. Like what's served for Christmas dinner in Germany?
Glühwein, Weihnachtsgans und Christmasstollen.
Wherever you are, however you learn, Babbel is the best choice to break any language barrier. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs has been found not guilty of sex trafficking and racketeering charges. Striking 911 dispatchers and critical water department employees are returning to work because of a judge's order. And SEPTA says ridership went up in May, but revenue did not because too many people are riding without paying.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
The clouds should break for some sun today, going up to 84, but still humid. Tomorrow, 89 for the high with some thunderstorms around in the afternoon. But by Friday for 4th of July, sunny, less humid, and a high of 84 degrees.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I love that song. You can't stop me. No, I will create my own opportunities. How about that? Because we have a place to be. We have somewhere that we're all going. Now, let me just say, I know everyone has been talking about this, but I have to just mention it. Disastrous rebrand campaign by Jaguar. If you're rich, that's how you pronounce it, Jaguar. They had a disastrous rebrand campaign featuring men in skirts, weird colors, weirder looking people, all about being non-binary. And they called it Copying Nothing. They only sold 49 vehicles.
Oh!
Last month.
So 49 last month?
They sold 49 vehicles last month versus same time last year, 1,961 vehicles. Yeah.
How are they still in business?
That's a perfect example of go woke, go broke. Yeah. And I love it. I love it. I love it. I hope they all lose their jobs. I don't even care. It's like these, like you said earlier, it's all about the money. They don't care. They're virtue signaling, but it's actually bleeding into the culture, bleeding into how we. It's one thing if, what is it? Joseph said on YouTube, Joseph, I'm reading your words, Joseph. Joseph said, can we just talk conservative versus liberal? That's the glaringly obvious disparity rather than white and black. Skin color keeps the division alive and well. And in the studio, helping me kind of discern all of this is my friend Adam Coleman. He is the founder of Wrong Speak Publishing, co-founder of Thirst Entertainment, and author of The Children We Left Behind. I'm saying all of this to set you up real pretty here, Adam, to talk about your book and other things. But yes, the issue, you're right, Joseph. I say my people are not people who look like me. My people are people who think in large part the way that I think. I believe there is something bigger than myself, right? Mm-hmm. I call him Jesus. Vivek, he's a Hindu guy. I mean, he's a Hindu, but he believes in something bigger than himself. I believe in my family, and my family belongs to me and not the government. I believe that I'm a patriot. I love this country. I would have laid my life down. I consciously made the decision that if I was called to lay my life down when I was in the military for 10 years, I would have done it because I believe in something bigger than myself. I love America and I want to see America and her people do well. Mm-hmm. Those are my people, right? People who think like that. I want to protect the innocence of my children. Those are my people. However, the left has created a whole industry on using the color of my skin as a black person it's more than just words. These people are changing policies that actually impact what is being taught in my children's school. Mm-hmm. Using my color, they're changing policies that decide, if we're going to have 15-minute cities and if we should be shut down, schools should be shut down, what school system my kid could go to, and if they're trapped in that zip code, or if I as a parent can move them out of that. So yes, Joseph, I would love to not have to talk about the color of my skin. In fact, I never talked about the color of my skin until I got into the world of politics. And all of a sudden, that's what I started talking all the time about. Everyone wanted to talk to me about the color of my skin. I thought that was very strange.
Yeah.
I had lived a long life, never really talking about the color of my skin, get into politics, and now all of a sudden, that's all I'm talking about. Go.
Granted, my first book is Black Victim to Black Victor.
Talking about color.
Talking about color. But the theme of the book is essentially
Your
saying-
second book.
The first book. The first
okay,
book,
the first
yeah.
one. Okay.
Yeah. The theme of Black Victim and Black Victor was that we have more in common than we do different.
Yeah.
And so the race element throughout the book, I'm in one context I might bring up black, and in other contexts I'm not mentioning race whatsoever. And I'm doing that purposefully throughout the book because it's a much bigger problem. So victimhood, you can take from one group of people or one single individual and bring it on to somebody else. It's the same thing. You can replace the object, or you can replace the national origin of the people, the demographic of the people, and victimhood looks the same no matter where you go. So I wanted to talk about that. Obviously, the black victimhood element that some black people possess, I wanted to talk about that because it is a cultural element, but it exists everywhere. There are people who limit themselves because they think that someone else has to lift them up and for them to somewhat succeed. And that's what we talk about the government. Within the book, I do have elements talking about the government, relying on the government, staying a victim, saying, I can't even feed myself unless the government gives me money to feed myself. It's a very debilitating mindset to have. And I'm saying it from a humble stance because there are parts of my life where I felt that way about different aspects of my life that weren't going well, seeing myself as a victim of circumstances, unable to do certain things and overcoming that. So the book is really about uniting humanity in many ways, even through pain, and recognizing that we have these shared interests and this shared pain, and also how to overcome certain obstacles, or at least giving people the hope that they can overcome them.
Yeah, hope is so important.
Absolutely.
And I think that we have robbed our children of real hope, a hope that builds and not destroys.
Yeah.
And I think when we see our children out here protesting and rioting and chanting ridiculous chants about Israel, and all those other things, and they're just so violent, and they're doing things that most of us are looking at like, oh my goodness, what in the world? These are children who are, for the most part, many of them, yes, you have puppeteers who are, pulling the strings and they know exactly what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But the overwhelming majority of these children are looking for purpose. They're looking for, why am I here? What am I supposed to be doing with my time? And I think one of the most dangerous things we do as parents is that we allow 18, 19 years with our babies under our roofs to go by, and we never pause long enough to make sure they know they have a purpose, that they are valuable, that there's a plan for your life, there's a destination, right? And we send them out into the world, into UPenn and other places, like blank checks.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens to a blank check? Somebody is going to come along and write in on that blank check and cash it for themselves, right? And I think we have a lot of our children who have left the home with not really knowing who they are, not really understanding their true identity. And they go out here into a big bad world that will eat you up. Mm-hmm. And they've written onto your child's blank check, and now they got your baby out here acting in all kinds of ways, right?
Yeah.
And I think, again, it goes back to parenting. It goes back to not being selfish as parents. You had a line that I read in your book. You wrote, I wrote this book for many reasons, but mainly to highlight our culture's blind spot. And that's blind spot being the intersection of our selfishness and our willingness to sacrifice for our children.
Yeah.
That really, and I was talking to my mom about something else, but I was talking to her about, we were talking about my own life with my children and my parenting. And when I was a young woman, I was going to rule the world. I got my education. I'm in the Wall Street environment. I'm in corporate America. I'm an adjunct professor of corporate finance. I'm doing the thing, okay? I'm getting into media, and then I have children. And now I'm looking at these babies, and I'm realizing that they're spending more time at the daycare than they are at home with me, right? So someone else is writing on my babies, right? Because they're spending 10, 12 hours with these people while I'm working 10 to 12 hours for someone else. And then my babies are getting ready to go into public school system. And now 10 years ago, I saw 10 years ago what most people are just waking up to with this alphabet mafia coming in and LGBTQ and all this foolishness. And then you have, CRT, DEI. And I'm like, no, I'm going to really come out of the workforce. I'm going to homeschool our children for their most formative years.
Right.
And that's a sacrifice, because the years I would have spent building my own personal empire, I feel like I sacrificed so that I could give it to the best of my years to my children.
Yeah.
I am not doing what I had envisioned I would be doing with my time and myself and how I would be ruling the world, but I'm looking at my babies and I'm so grateful to God that somehow a light bulb went off in my mind. And I shifted my priorities of what was most important to my children.
Yeah. That's and thank you for sharing your story, and you recognizing the need to sacrifice for your children. I've said before that the most important thing to a child is something that you cannot purchase. No one can purchase, and it's time.
Yes.
Right? We can't buy time. We can't exchange it for something else. The richest man in the world can't buy time. And that is the most valuable thing to a child, because that's what they remember. They remember that not the car that you bought them, not the toy that you bought them, that you went to Disneyland. Obviously, they might remember that, but it's the moments, right? It's that time. It's when they had their first heartbreak and you sat down with them and you talked to them about it. It's that time when they hurt themselves and you were there to be with them. That's what they remember. That's what's valuable to them. Like, I went to Disney World and I forget a lot of stuff because that part wasn't really important. But I do remember hanging out with my mom.
Right.
Right. And that's because she invested that time. And as an adult, I can look back and say, my mom sacrificed and did all this stuff on her own to try and spend time with her kids. To drive by herself from New York to Florida, 3 years in a row. I think it was like 3 years in a row, going down to Disney, paying for everything on her own, and to take us to all these parks on her own, to spend time with us and drive all the way back by herself. Like, that is my mom investing her time with us. It was less about Disney and more about that bonding time with my mom.
Yeah, exactly. But continue with your book, your new book, The Children We Left Behind, and continue to weave that thought about the selfishness. I loved how you said it. This is the intersection of our selfishness and our willingness to sacrifice for our children.
Yeah, so there is an element that exists within our culture. So, like, Jonathan Haidt talks about helicopter parents. Right. And I tend to see that from a certain economic class of people who can afford to be helicopter parents. Right. That's usually when they kind of come into play. It's not 100%, but that's, anecdotally what I see. But I see a culture of the adults get to select themselves when they want to select themselves, where it's very obvious this is not going to help your kids, or making choices prior to your children being born that are for you and not for your potential children. So we don't talk about family planning. As a matter of fact, if we talk about family planning, it's usually about,
to abort.
well, there is that. Yes, it's usually about birth control of some sort.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is family planning is the guy that you just went on a second date with. Are you asking him if he wants children? What are his morals? What is his family like? What does he care about? What does he value? Is he a good person? Like all these different questions. Are you actually asking that? Or are you saying he looks good and he makes a lot of money? Or he has potential. Like what are you actually valuing? And even from the guy's perspective, yeah, she's hot. That's great. But is she going to be a good mother to your kids? Is she even going to be a good wife? Are these things that you're asking yourself, or are you just rolling in a sexual relationship into a marriage and then saying, what's wrong with women as they get a divorce 5 years later? It's like, no, you didn't plan this properly. You were just moving how you wanted to move. But the selfishness element comes in when the adults choose themselves consistently. And you see this a lot with divorce. Every person who gets divorced thinks that their situation is different. Everyone acknowledges that divorce is terrible for kids, but they say, but my circumstance is different. So everyone chooses themselves rather than saying, you know what, I'm going to swallow this pride and try to work things out. And granted, it's a relationship, so it's two people. And even if one person wants it, doesn't mean that they can save a relationship. But it's a greater problem of the adults choosing themselves, saying, I'll just throw them into therapy. Or they tell themselves, if I'm happy, my children will be happy, which is not how kids operate. So they're saying all these different mantras to themselves.
We have, do I have time to take this caller? Okay, hey, I have a caller, Joe. You want to jump in on this conversation?
Kathy, I was the Joseph you were referring to earlier.
Yes, thank you so much for calling back.
You're welcome, and I respect you tremendously.
Thank you.
That was not a mandate in my comments. That was a request. Because we have no further to look back than the last general election as to who spoke race and who didn't. And the most disgusting thing I saw in all those campaign stump speeches and videos was Joe Biden saying, they're going to put you all back in chains. That guy was such a hypocrite, and that hurt me. That hurt me because I came from the inner city, and we never saw color. We saw friends. We saw good people. We saw bad people. And my parents were heavily involved in politics. And they told us to treat people as a separate entity, not as a race. I mean, my grandparents came here from Italy, and some of them lived in sewers. But I'm not living that. And I'm not dwelling on that. And it's just that it's gotten to the point where, these divisions and these separations are going to continue to be alive and well. And it just hurts me as a person to see, the victimhood, just the general victimhood that exists.
Yeah, I agree, Joe. And it's not even real. I was talking to my uncle who is, oh my goodness, he's so woke. He's black and he's so woke. This is an uncle, Joe, who fled California because of the crime and all of the illegal activity and can't afford his home to move to Texas. And I was like, okay, uncle, so now you're going to stop voting like a Democrat? And he was like, no, I'm going to be black and Democrat until I die. But I was talking to him last night about this same thing, is that I grew up very impoverished, and no one ever looked at me and said, Kathy, you're black, you're a woman, you're poor, hang it up, kid. No one ever told me that.
Yeah.
No one ever put chains around my brain and made me feel like I had no options. Yet today, my babies are living very well. Two-parent household. They wake up and their mom and daddy are at it, right? Trying to give them a wonderful life. And yet they go into one of the school they go to is in the top 10 for the state. And everywhere they look, they're a victim. They're a victim. They're a victim. And I'm like, and that just doesn't, but it's not true. I remember when I ran against Madeline Dean in 2020. I tell this story on the other side of the break. Dan's telling me, break. Okay, call in. Joe, thank you so much for calling in, Joe. The number to call in, 855-839-1210. Bye.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Wow, your new furniture is gorgeous.
All from Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield.
That big place with all the unique stuff?
Exactly. Thousands of high-quality pieces, everything from timeless antiques to modern designer brands like Stickley and Baker.
I need to go.
Let's do it. It's their 4th of July sale.
Save 20 to 50% store-wide now at Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Open late and Sundays. Sale runs now through July 7th.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Like, take that. Hey, guys, we are at the end. When I looked up and Dan said, okay, well, we're going to close out. I was like, what? I'm at the end already? Like, it just came so fast. Well, Dan, I have enjoyed my time here. I think you guys have someone else coming in to fill in tomorrow, but this has been a blast. I have Helen. Helen, you're so kind. You've been on hold for a minute. Can you get your question in very quickly?
Yes, I am in my car driving back. I have just finished a training with 5 directors from the Logan section of Philadelphia. And the main theme we talked about with growth mindset was believing in your potential and not letting what others think you should be or do hold you back. And there was someone there who's going for her doctorate, someone who's just, finishing her high school diploma. So all levels, but the whole thing was no excuses. We all have potential. So you inspired me. I love hearing you talk, Kathy. So thank you for all you do.
Helen, thank you so much for holding on just to tell me that. I appreciate it. I take it. But that's also why I have my song, You Can't Stop Me, right? You're always going to have somebody trying to tell you who you are, what you can and cannot do. I will determine who I am. I will determine how far I go and when I want to sit down, right? That has always been my plan. So, Helen, thank you so much for calling in. I'm going to give you Adam Coleman. He has been my guest these past 2 hours. He is the founder of Wrong Speak Publishing, co-founder of Thirst Entertainment, and author of The Children We Left Behind. I'm going to give it over to you. What do you want to say?
What do I want to say? I feel like I say so much, I don't even know where to start. Let's talk about marriage, since my wife is sitting right next to me.
Yes.
I think that we need... This sounds kind of weird to say, but we need better marriage propaganda. I think that marriage gets a bad rap. And I think that there are far more healthy, loving couples that exist out there. They just don't have a microphone in front of them. We see way more of the dysfunction, way more of the bad news, the horror stories.
Yeah.
But when you start, and specifically me, when I start talking about how much I love my wife and the things that we do, I get so many people sharing their stories. So, for people who are out there, don't lose hope when it comes to these relationships. Keep moving forward. Don't get demoralized by your friend who's striking out. Just keep going, because everything that is of value is hard to get. And so it took me a long time to find my wife.
Yay. Thank you so much. Look at her over here blushing. I love it. Why do I have violin music in my ear? Is it time for me to go
So
already?
anytime Dawn wants to talk about marriage and such, we use a theme on our show. That's what you have under us. It's just for effect. Sometimes we have bed music on our show that we use for effect there, Kathy.
I love it. I love it. I heard the violins and it went perfectly.
Yeah.
With what you're saying. Yes, this has just been a great time. I mean, marriage, whoo, that's a hard institution, boy. But you're right. It's so worth it, right? Yeah. It's 2 individuals coming together and saying, you know what, we're going to be one. Yeah. And there's a lot of breaking that has to be done to go from 2 distinct individuals into one mind, one body, one soul, one purpose, right? Yeah. There's a lot of things that have to fall to the wayside, and it is not an easy thing. It's so much easier actually being a parent, because you see this little person, you're like, I love you. Mm-hmm. But with your mate, it's like, not tonight or not today. I'm not feeling you right now, right? But, and that is the ups and the downs. But here we are, guys, at the end. And let me just leave you with this. You are not crazy. As much as the world will tell you that you are not crazy. You are not overreacting. You are not woke. You are conscious. You are awake. And now that you are awake, it's time to move, not in anger, but in purpose. Because why? Faith is still necessary. Family still matters. And this country is still worth fighting for. You've been listening to Kathy Barnett, filling in for Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. Check me out this Saturday, 10 to 11, right here on the #1 talk radio station in Philadelphia. Blessings!
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch, no overdraft fees, no annual fees, and you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text CARD to 323232. That's CARD to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
First of all, I loved it.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra.
All his voices are fabulous, and the fact that he sings.
That band.
You laugh, you tear up.
Just great stuff.
I've never laughed so much my cheeks hurt. I'm like, yeah. Excellent.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Hey everyone, welcome into the Dom Giordano Show. Another big day, the big beautiful bill. We have coming up today, Jim Jordan, right in the thick of it. We have Jack Chittarelli coming up at 12:30 today. He's being called a liar, seemingly by agents of the Philadelphia Inquirer, because he's saying that Mikey Sherrill did endorse in her own way the guy in New York, at least his goals and all that. You know a little bit about that. He'll be here at 12:30, though, to lay out where that campaign is that is getting even more attention. One point of clarity, and we'll ask Jim Jordan. I've asked several people. I did a national show last night, and I'm trying to determine, does the Senate bill really kick off people that are here illegally from Medicaid, yes or no? All that matters in the end is what the two bills do together, the reconciliation here at the House. I don't believe there are 20 House members who wouldn't vote for this, even as it stands right now. I'm just not believing that. That's propaganda on the other side. All right, so we'll continue to monitor, bring you what's inside the big, beautiful bill. The school choice thing that I'm watching is still in there. The tax cuts are there. And I think Jim Jordan is going around saying, look, we got a lot of regrettable stuff here, but the big stuff that's here is necessary. Failure is not an option here. It is very difficult to take that SALT stuff, some of the Medicaid stuff, some of the Murkowski stuff, but that's what happens when you have a big bill like this and how it plays out. Now, Elon Musk, not reading the room, not getting it even a little bit, is still going around saying that if he doesn't get his way and this bill is not stopped in some way, shape, or form, he is going to found the America Party, a third party. I would argue we already have a third party, even though it's not independent per se, the MAGA Party. And then grafted onto that are increasing numbers of people that are working class, etc. You know the whole thing with Trump that's going on. So very difficult to hear that Elon Musk is actually going to do that. He said he will spend a lot to back a guy like Massey, who I still like constitutionally, but he really has devolved into being just a grandstander on some things. He realizes the political realities of this and where this has to go. Can Mike Johnson herd these cats and get it over the finish line? Here's the other thing. You hear these voices, oh, why rush? We'll play some of them. Why push all this stuff together and get it done by July 4th? We know exactly why. If these guys, particularly the Senate, if they don't get it done by July 4th, and we have to have a refresher or a holiday, and then they don't come back to Tuesday, and they don't start to 10 a.m., you know what's going to happen. They're going to relitigate all this. We're going to continue. And Democrats and their willing agents in the media. I saw Madeline Dean. If you've ever seen Breonna Keller, I used to be a major player at CNN. Now she's filling in. She had Madeline Dean on yesterday, the congresswoman from Little Philadelphia, Montgomery County. And the buddyship there. And just to tell me more as they savage Republicans, talking about how cruel this is and how they exploit people. Hey, lady, Joe DiStefano, Philadelphia Inquirer, when you first ran, exploiting people, your bicycle business, that's where you and your husband's fortune is. What was that based on with those bicycles in China? So stop it. Enough already. Jamie Raskin, I'm going to play this for you, and I might play it several times today. As I said, I did a national show last night, 250 markets, and I played Raskin in each hour. Jamie Raskin is the January 6th guy that they go to, right? That guy, the clubhouse lawyer, the constitutionalist. He was just asked a simple question on CNN, of all places, about the no tax on tips. First he said, well, I haven't really taken a look at that. I didn't think they were even serious about that. They are? Then he said, it's largely symbolic. And when you hear this, will Zapruder listen to it? Will slow it down? He gives the whole game away of how they think. He says, well, I think people are more interested in a progressive, going back to a big progressive. He cites Eisenhower. I think at one point, if you were over a certain amount, the federal income tax could have been 90%. He wants to go back to that. And he's trying to tell people, making an income off tips, hard work, waitress, things of that nature, bartender, that they would be happier, and all this money will come through the government. It will help them and their family more than if they just kept more of their tips, more of their own income. When you boil it down, and of course the interviewer didn't boil it down that way, and get him to answer on that, How in the world can they win on this? Elizabeth Warren tapes herself driving home from the day's votes and crying over this big, ugly bill. How many times did Madeline Dean talk about the ugly bill? So it's in play. Republicans are not at the finish line yet, but there's a good deal of progress. A couple of stories, though, that are big wins to me. One, University of Pennsylvania, and the headline when it comes to Leah Thomas and what happened yesterday in the settlement between the Trump administration and Penn, the headline should be Penn to remove Leah Thomas's records. Penn to remove his records would be even better. Now, the NCAA is next. What are they going to do? Can Trump put pressure on them? And I know we get antsy. How come we're not winning more? This is a big win. This is one of the biggest universities, endowment, money, prestige, and they have to apologize. Now, we hope to speak with Paula Scanlon and or Martina White, and we got to get this bill going, get it passed, or at least voted on here in Pennsylvania. As I said, the Protect Women in Sports thing. I did a show last night, and Stacey Garrity was on it, national. And she's got some good publicists and communications people working with her now. I think she's going to run for governor. I'm trying to wish it into existence. And I think she's a heck of a candidate with a heck of a chance on so many levels. But this women in sports, Josh Shapiro will be against that. That's an 80-20 even here in Pennsylvania. However, he says y'all and folks and all that stuff, he's not going to get away with it. And I think he cannot go the other way and stand with the women. But Penn had to yesterday. So let's celebrate that a little bit. Now, something I'm really celebrating that I wanted to tell you about. I had Scott Jennings on this show last night. Toward the end of the show, he was just fresh off CNN. Scott Jennings is carrying CNN. The way he disposes of liberal after liberal after liberal. It's amazing. So he told me his new book, and the headline is what we talked about. The title of the book will be out on November 18th. Mark that down. You can pre-order right now if you want to get it. I'm already doing mine. And he's agreed to do Politics and Pints. This is going to be a great one. Listen to the headline of the Scott Jennings book. The title, A Revolution of Common Sense. How Donald Trump stormed Washington and fought for Western civilization. Notice that second part there, it's critical, and that's why he put it in. Now, first of all, the book has a lot of interview with Trump in there and Elon Musk. He told me extensive interviews with Elon Musk. He's very impressed with Musk. But why not say a revolution of common sense, how Donald Trump stormed Washington and fought for America, which he is. Why Western civilization? Because it's bigger. We're the big guy, of course, but these people are against civilization. They're barbarians. They want to take us back in time. They are against the woke stuff. It's not just against America. It's not just hating America, like the guy in New York. These people are anti all the values of Western civilization that America happens to represent the best of. So I think it's genius that Scott Jennings has put this into a book that has that title, and that's where he's going to go. And whether Trump enunciates that or not fully, I agree with Scott Jennings. That's exactly what President Trump is doing. And hopefully we'll get Scott back here on the Dom Giordano show very, very shortly. Here locally, in addition to the Penn story, DC 33, the union, the striking union, the people that pick up trash. Look, these are not easy jobs. We get that. And I think the city is going to give them more compensation. And we can argue how much and do they deserve that, etc. But the bottom line is the tactics they're using. Now, we know one was arrested for allegedly slashing a water truck's tires. That's $3,000 in damage. Cut him's hands, apparently. Steve Keeley, I'll show you it a little bit later on our YouTube, shows, I think it's at 18th and Catherine, just one day, the pile of trash, this giant dumpster, but it's all over the place going up. People are throwing out pictures and everything else. There are reports of them turning on, well, Sherelle Parker said it on her block, fire plugs at both ends of the block quickly to try to mess up the pipes, flood the area. Stories of slashing the personal cars of cops. This is bad stuff. And then I'll play you the guy that's the managing director assuring everyone that the water is safe. Ha! Thank God I have Martin. Yeah, you should too. You never know in Philadelphia what's going on here. And that's just a little taste. And these 911 operators, many of them are being forced back to work, as they should. They shouldn't be able to strike. You know, we're hearing stories of, will 911 response be even slower? This is bad stuff, and this is only day 2, and they're primed up for July 4th. And the reason they get away with it, because in Philadelphia, these unions are allowed to do it. The police, through the mayor, police commissioner, whatever, are restrained in this. We played you that guy yesterday out in West Philly, who is the manager of a dump there, where people were told to take their trash. And he was really good. He was going to dispose of it. They locked him out of his own place. They brought their own locks. It was unbelievable. How do they get away with it? It's Philadelphia. That's what goes on here. So we're monitoring NBC 10, Fox 29, both of them doing great jobs, taking a look at how this strike is playing out. All right, we got a great side question today, too. Among other things, we got Jack Chittarelli, first interview for me since he won the primary, and there's been a lot of back and forth with Mikey Sherrill, and Jack's got a really solid agenda. Hope you heard yesterday's show with Mike Testa. He's serious about this. Hope to get him the Mulligans in August, next time we're there. The senator from the shore, about changing the name of Delaware Bay to the Bay of New Jersey. Yes, it's in play. I think it's going to happen. And we might have to eat some oysters. He was talking a lot about oysters. Oh, man. But Jack will be here at 12:30, and I think you're going to hear a lot of great stuff. This is an even better campaign this time around. Side question. The passing yesterday of one of a kind, or maybe he represented some of the wildest of the so-called televangelist. Jimmy Swaggart from Louisiana passed away. Now, Swaggart, news report said, if you remember, got knocked down. He was one of the most popular of the televangelists because of being caught with a prostitute. Remember that? But he still was evangelizing. He just wasn't as prominent. I'm looking for the side question for someone who is not just a televangelist, that sort of title. There's a ton of them. But someone who's a media figure of one sort or another, one medium of any kind, about religion or associated with religion. Now, I'm going to take off way back when, because some of you would remember it. He was the forerunner, and this guy did incredible numbers. A third of the country some nights or more was watching Bishop Fulton Sheen. It was unbelievable. He was bigger than the Ed Sullivan Show. And he came to TV and lectured and wrote on a board and all that about religion. Another one I'll take off is the Reverend Ike. Looking good, feeling good, and smelling good. Remember that byline? I don't know if the Reverend Ike is still with us or not. Never got to interview him. What a character, though. So you hit us. Don't think of just people on TV. Think of somebody, and there are some fictional ones who in the book or the film or whatever were fictional, but they were connected in the media. They got a media platform. They became a big deal talking about religion. There's a guy, Father Coughlin, who was Catholic in the 30s, I've read, that dominated radio. People listened to him bigger than almost anything else out there, and he was very, very far right. So hit us with that. Get your name into the hat. I got a great one tomorrow, too, and I'll be here on July 4th. We'll pull the winner, and I think it's a $50 gift card to the great Gallows, Jim Harvey, over on the Boulevard. So we got a lot in play. We'll get Henry's, we'll get Kirk's. And as I said, I'm looking forward to Jack Chitterelli and then Jim Jordan. We may speak with Paula Scanlon or Martina White. The battle's on now. You can see the potency of this where Penn knew they had to apologize. They had to strip Leah Thomas of his records, not her records. And it's a great win. The Trump administration is moving forward. Every day there's something else like this that pops. The big, beautiful bill, though, will be a big moment. Are these representatives really going to face off against President Trump and say, no, we're not going to do this? We are not going to vote, and we're going to have the biggest tax increase in history. But Jamie Raskin, imagine telling people hustling out there, getting tips, they're better off if we have a progressive tax rate. That way, people making more money will pay more, and that money, through government services, it's kind of like government cheese, will filter to them. I'm going to play that once an hour today. It's the giveaway. It's how they think. Do they actually think the average person here, oh, yeah, that's what I want. I want you to tax this guy. My life, my kids are going to be better. No. I don't want to keep more of my tips. I don't want to keep more of my overtime. I just want to tax these other people so that I'll feel about it. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Before Jack gets here, just push pound 1210. Get on, hit me with that all-time religious figure. Don't think just televangelist, but that's some of it. Associated with media. In other words, they had a media platform of one form or another. Dalai Lama just turned 90, I think. Dalai Lama, Richard Gere, has a pretty good platform. I'd put the Dalai Lama on. What's the Dalai have to say today? All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. Get your name in. Big day. Who knows what other developments may happen today between noon until 3. But we're plugged in. We hope to speak to some of the local Congress people, too. I think there will be a vote. I think it's going to pass sometime tomorrow or July 4th in the wee small hours. All that here. Thanks for joining us, noon until 3, with Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.2% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Boston Consulting Group in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania seeks a project leader/principal to manage the design and development of business strategies, including managing case team responsibilities and overseeing business development, client relationships, project planning, and the preparation of outputs. Candidates must have a master's degree or foreign education equivalent in business administration, management science, or quantitative field related to a Boston Consulting Group client industry, plus 3 years of experience as a management consultant, business analyst, or quantitative analyst, which must include at least 1 year in management strategy. Boston Consulting Group will alternatively accept a bachelor's degree or foreign education equivalent in business administration, management science, or quantitative field related to a Boston Consulting Group client industry, and 5 years of experience as previously stated, which must include at least 1 year in management strategy. Partial telecommute benefit available. Domestic or international travel is required, up to 80%, based on company/client need. Multiple positions are available. Submit resume to bcgplp@bcg.com. Reference position number PLP PLPHI-F25. Again, Boston Consulting Group in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania seeks a project leader / principal. Partial telecommute benefit available. Domestic or international travel is required. Up to 80% based on company / client need. Multiple positions are available. Submit resume to bcgplp@bcg.com. Reference position number PLPHI-F25. That's bcgplp@bcg.com. Reference position number PLPHI-F25.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay, it is Dom time. 855-839-1210. You got the side question. It's all in the call. There's a million of them. I'll get Henry's and Kirk's here in a second. They don't have to be a televangelist. Anybody in the media that religion was the base. Swaggart was one of the Mount Rushmore. Odious, the Mount Rushmore on the downside. A lot of these guys, I gave you a couple. I'm not going to take off some of the others. But the originator was Bishop Sheen. And if you can imagine, millions and millions of Americans watching him. I think it was on a Sunday night, as much of he may have been the lead-in to Ed Sullivan. Now that's programming. Bishop Fulton Sheen writing on eternal damnation on a board, and Americans sitting there watching it. All right. We're still monitoring the big, beautiful bill. All right. And what's going to happen today is a critical day to either set it up for the vote tomorrow. It's got to be the vote tomorrow to get this done by July 4th. But I mentioned it in the opener. Here is Jamie Raskin. He's their January 6th guy. He's their Constitution guy. And he gives away the store here when asked about the issue of, well, Congressman at least you have to be in favor of no tax on tips. Listen to what he says, and then I'll break it down.
I was asking you about no taxes on tips, which is part of this bill for working people who work on a tipped wage. Do you support that?
I haven't looked seriously at it because I haven't thought they were serious about it. Tips are income, and I would prefer just to have a much more progressive income tax, so people who are making a lot of money are paying more, much more like happened under very conservative presidents like Nixon or Eisenhower, than to give people the kind of symbolic consolation prize of saying, we're not going to tax tips. I mean, tips are income. I suppose that it's difficult to record them and to keep track of them. So I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but I think that it's a major distraction from what's really gone on, which is that the GOP has destroyed the idea of progressive income taxation in America, which is the more money you make, the more you should pay because you get to draw more resources from society.
Based on what? So picture this now, waitresses, other people, whatever the thing is where you're getting tips, waiters. You're going to be happy because Jamie Raskin, like a mad dog, is going to go after some guy he says is making too much money. And then that money's going to sluice back to you and your family somehow or another. Versus you keeping more in your own paycheck and then you deciding what to do with it rather than the circus of these creeps like Jamie Raskin. Yeah, and we did get rid of this craziness. I think it was 90% at one time of what, depending upon how you were making money, could be taken away from you, income brackets and all the rest. That's what they want to go back to. They're going to make people happy. Yeah, we stuck it to this guy. Daddy, can I get an extra? No, we don't have any money over here. Now, we would have had money if I could have kept more of my own tips, more of my own overtime, all those things. I also have coming up Elizabeth Warren breaking down, and they film her in her car after a day, the big, beautiful bill. Madeline Dean yesterday with her buddies on CNN, disgraceful. But Raskin, I might play that for quite a while, once an hour. Raskin getting it said. Well, I haven't thought much about that. That's only symbolic. No, buddy, it's real money. We'll see how much. Tell me, you got to help the team here because I can't, calculate it. I'm not working with tips, but how much could this mean to you taking away that tax over the course of a year? Oh, that's peanuts. I'm going to soak these rich guys. Then you're going to be happy. All right, coming up, Jack Ciattarelli. Jack has worked in the hospitality industry. I'm sure he would see it that way. People want to keep more of their own money. Mikey Sherrill, who has endorsed, in quotes, the Inquirer today, says Ciattarelli is lying about this. Did she endorse the guy in New York? Yeah, sort of. She got caught. First interview that I've had with Jack since he won the primary. Big stuff here. Get ready. And later, Jim Jordan today. All right, 855-839-1210.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
The clouds should break for some sun today, going up to 84, but still humid. Tomorrow, 89 for the high with some thunderstorms around in the afternoon. But by Friday for 4th of July, sunny, less humid, and a high of 84 degrees.
The Acura of Summer Performance event is going on now at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading. Visit PiazzaAcura.com to explore current inventory and special lease and finance offers. PiazzaAcura.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, big issues, big guests. We haven't spoken with him since the primary, and this is a great day to see where the race is, and I think it's going pretty well in New Jersey. Let's bring in the Republican nominee, Jack Ciattarelli. Jack, first time since the primary. Big congratulations, masterful campaign.
Well, Dom, I appreciate that greatly, but know this, we're not done. Four-month sprint here. We're going to continue to deliver our message and earn a victory on November 4th.
Well, the opposition is showing their hand, Jack. Let's break down. I don't know if you or your staff saw the Philadelphia Inquirer today. They sort of hedge that Mikey Sherrill endorsed the NYC mayor. I think she did. She endorsed his goals. We know what there are. So what do you say? The argument is, well, you're lying about her. Come on. She was just having fun with this guy, Jack.
Well, she did endorse him, Dom, and shame on her. We've got 400,000 New Jerseyans that go in every single day to work. We've got 500,000 Jews that live in New Jersey, and these people don't feel safer with this guy if he were to become the mayor. And this guy called the NYPD a racist, anti-queer threat to the community. Now, is that what you say about a 36,000-member police department whose job it is to keep the city safe each and every day? This is a dangerous precedent. He's a dangerous candidate. He'd be a dangerous mayor, and it wouldn't be good for New Jersey.
Now, when I asked Jack, getting ready for this, because your time is precious to us, and we really want to drill down on what you're thinking, somebody told me, ask about the Mikey Sherrill answer to what legislation would you put in? She's a legislator. You've been a legislator, too, a while ago. But she's an active legislator, and she really couldn't answer what she would do as governor. What would be the first major thing she would propose?
She's not from New Jersey. She didn't arrive all that long ago and has spent more than half her time in New Jersey in the echo chamber of the Democratic Party in Washington, D.C., and it's embarrassing. She disqualified herself by not being able to answer that question when across this state we've got an affordability crisis, we've got a public education crisis, we've got a public safety crisis, we've got an overdevelopment in our rural communities, and we've got an energy crisis across the state with people's monthly electric bills going through the roof. These are the things that are bothering New Jerseyans every day of the week, and she couldn't answer the question.
So, Jack, I'll ask you then, and I know you've talked about executive orders because you may need to do that given the legislature and the budget and what we've just seen, and I want to talk to you on DOGE about that, but what would be the first order of business? Is it affordability?
Well, let me say this. On day one, I will issue 2 executive orders, the first of which is no town in our state will be a sanctuary city, and we will not be a sanctuary state. Now, the president's done his job in shutting down the border. Illegal crossings are down 99%. I got to do my job and stop encouraging illegal immigration to New Jersey by us not having sanctuary cities, us not being a sanctuary state. Let law enforcement do their job to keep our communities safe. Executive order number 2 is to bring back to work our state workers. My goodness, Phil Murphy's got more than half the workforce working from home post-pandemic. You can't get anybody on the phone. You can't get your issue resolved. These people work for the 9.5 million New Jerseyans that depend on them every day to be at work. We'll change that on day one. But, of course, then the affordability crisis because of all the taxes, all the spending under Phil Murphy. He's up $22 billion in 8 years' time. It's unprecedented, 70%. This MBA, CPA, and two-time business owner is going to take a scalpel to that budget. We're going to reduce the size and cost of state government to afford a tax cut for our individuals and our businesses.
You know, I'm in the camp. I mean, we could have a brilliant guy or woman running for governor of Jersey, but it is a place where if you're not from Jersey, you just don't ever fully get it. Like Murphy is a perfect example, Jack. He never, even the pizza thing and all. I know it's only pizza, but it's real. You're bringing Jersey meatballs out there. This guy can't even eat pizza.
Dom, it was strike one when Josh Corzine came here from Illinois and tried to be a good governor.
Yes.
It was strike two when Phil Murphy came here from Massachusetts and tried to be governor. This person's not from New Jersey. She doesn't get it. And so we're going to continue to get up and down the state that's been home to the Chettarellis for 100 years. Every generation of Chettarelli has achieved their American dream right here in New Jersey. My job is to make sure today's New Jerseyans and future generations can feel confident they too can achieve their American dream right here.
One of the things in the last campaign, fairly early on, that you got on board with and you've continued to work, and I think it's a huge issue, is parental rights in New Jersey, education, indoctrination, the money, et cetera. Talk about that, Jack. Specifically, what are you going to wage in this campaign on that issue?
We will demonstrate respect for parental rights on day one when I call for the resignation of all those that sit on the State Board of Education that made all those offensive changes to our public school curriculum. We're going to get back on track with critical life skills, vocational training opportunities, with an age-appropriate curriculum that respects the rights of parents, and my Attorney General will get rid of Policy 5756 on day one. School districts will no longer be keeping secrets from parents. I think that policy is immoral. I think it's indecent, it's wrong, and it's dangerous. Our children are best served, Dom, when our school districts and our parents work in partnership together, not in secret.
So that's a policy, right? It's not a law.
Actually, I don't even need to go to the legislature for that one. That was a policy put forth by the Attorney General.
Okay.
We'll reverse that policy on day one. We're going to respect parental rights. Again, this notion of school teachers keeping secrets is a dangerous precedent.
Jack, Paula Scanlon's a frequent visitor of the show. She, of course, was on the Penn swim team. Yesterday, we saw the University of Pennsylvania finally capitulate on this. Mikey Sherrill has not gotten that memo, or at least doesn't follow it. Talk about that and how that plays out. It's a significant issue, even for people that don't pay attention to, say, a governor's race. When you tell them about stuff like that, they do want to stop it.
I think what you're referring to, Dom, is the notion of biological males participating in female sports. And that's another way to respect parental rights. But it's also another way to respect all citizens. Certainly we want an inclusive environment, but we also want a fair environment. There's nothing fair about a biological male participating in female sports, and we're not going to have it in New Jersey when I'm governor.
Jack, you bill yourself, and I think accurately, as pro-business. I don't know that Mikey Sherrill does. She talks the affordability, and it's more of the same. What would be something that you've learned in campaigns and your own experience as a business person that could be done in New Jersey that maybe is not being amplified enough? I'm not saying a quick fix, but something that would move the ball forward.
As a two-time business owner, Dom, I know exactly what we need to do, and there are a couple of quick fixes. Number one, for big business, let's adopt Delaware's bylaws for corporate governance. We've all heard of the Delaware Corporation. Nevada did that 14 years ago, and it's worked wonders for Nevada. Number two, let's do what the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania is doing. He's cutting the business tax in half in Pennsylvania from 10 to 5%. Last year, the Phil Murphy and the Trenton Democrats raised ours from 9 to 11.5, the highest in the nation. How the hell are we going to compete with a neighboring state when their business tax is 40% of ours? We're not going to be able to. I'm going to lower the business tax. We're going to put in place a capital gains tax rate in New Jersey. We'll make the first $100,000 of business income for a small business tax-free, the first $100,000 of payroll exempt from employer payroll taxes, and we'll make the gain on the sale of a family-owned business tax-free to spur entrepreneurship in our state. Because after all those mom-and-pop shops and small businesses are truly the backbone of our state economy.
Jack, parting area here, and you brought it up a moment ago in the beginning, anti-Semitism. It seems like we haven't heard that in campaigns for quite a while. It should shock people that this is even a topic of debate. But in this campaign, college campuses, the guy in New York, across the board, any number of progressives, there's a lot of anti-Semitism.
It's at an all-time high, and we've got members of our New Jersey community in the Jewish community that don't feel safe. And that particularly was the case on our college campuses. And so when Phil Murphy was asked about what went on the college campuses, he said, it's complicated. It's not complicated, Dom. If any kid, any student has violated university policy, they should be dealt with. If they've broken the law, they should be arrested. And if they're here on an academic visa and done either of those two things, I think they should be sent back to where they came from. We're going to get back to making sure we got safe communities all throughout New Jersey and that all of our citizens feel safe no matter where they are, when they are. Right now, Jews in particular do not. And it doesn't help that my opponent endorsed this guy that won the Democratic nomination for mayor of New York City. This is a guy that has said the state of Israel doesn't have a right to exist.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. Now, you're on quite a diner tour. Any in our area coming up and over the side? I mean, I love the with Jersey. What do you bring your meatballs with you? Because if you come to Mulligan's, I want those meatballs. Johnny's got great food there, but, we could have a few meatballs. We're waiting for you. We really want you to come.
Listen, Dom, not to be immodest, but I've inherited my dad's recipe from the restaurant. I make one hell of a meatball. But listen, we're not going to stop with that diner tour. It's the best way to press the flesh with New Jerseyans. And as I always like to tease my pollster, every time he says he's going to do another poll, I say, yeah, you go do your poll. I'm going to a diner. New Jerseyans will tell you straight up how you're doing while they're eating their BLT.
Yeah, exactly. So, Jack, where do we find that? I know it's been already quite a tour. Where do we find where Jack Ciattarelli is going to be?
Well, today's another day. We just made our first of 4 small business stops at a brand new cafe restaurant in Somerset, New Jersey. But if people follow me on social media, Dom, they'll see exactly where it is we're going each and every day to celebrate small businesses across the state, diners across the state, and everyday New Jersey. And so Jack Ciattarelli is that's our Facebook, Jack4NJ. And also Instagram, that's the best way to follow us.
Absolutely. Yeah, the pollster's good, but you're right. The diner's better. That's where to go.
The diner is better.
Absolutely.
Yep, it's New Jersey.
Hey, Jack, have a great 4th of July. Please come back, and we do seriously want to get you some dates, mulligans. Bring the meatballs. We'll have fun. We'll talk the campaign, et cetera. By then, it'll really be on a roll. Jack, thank you. Thanks for the time today.
Thank you. Looking forward to next time, and the meatballs.
All righty. Thank you, Jack. Jack Ciattarelli here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, give me your response to that. 855-839-1210, you get on board. 855-839-1210, you get on board right now. All the names, let's just call him Sean. Roe, following this case, is appalled, I think, that Sean Combs, Sean Diddy, P. Diddy, any name that you want. Maybe they couldn't figure out a name. Essentially got 2 minor charges. I'm told that it could be enough where he's time served already. Go figure, the jury in New York, given this stuff, I don't know if it was too complicated, et cetera. I mean, we have video evidence. We have mountains of evidence. How does this guy walk? Essentially. Now, we'll see what the sentence is on these charges. I was kind of surprised. I thought there'd be at least one major charge that would stick. All right, you heard Jack Ciattarelli. This is a race. I think it's neck and neck. I think he can beat her. I think the Trump influence. I think the turn in New Jersey. I think the secret weapon, Scott Presler. A couple people said that to me yesterday. Watch Presler in this, what he's doing in Jersey. And he's got all the issues. He's got everything imaginable. She's going to run against Trump, et cetera. The only thing I'm not seeing, we have to touch base. I had these 2 assembly people on a while ago, and they were setting up in New Jersey Doge. People, when you get these nuggets of government abuse, of the spending, I gave you a few from Matt Rooney this week that were in this budget. Some of them just get people nuts. It's the thing that pushes them over the edge to say enough. Just saying they're misspending billions of dollars, that doesn't do it. Something specific. So we got to try to drive that. I hope to get Jack to the summer White House, to Mulligan's. We got 2 more times at the shore to try to make those dates sync up with him. And we definitely have to get Mike Testa yesterday after he talked about oysters so much. I don't know if Johnny has an oysters Rockefeller with the dishes there. I've eaten a 50-year-old fruitcake. I would take that fruitcake in a heartbeat versus the skeeviness of the. It was fine. I was doing morning drive. I was fine. Nothing happened. The oyster. I take the fruitcake over that. All right. So you got the side question. I want to get Minnie from YouTube in Texas. She's got a great one because these are not just televangelists. Oh, Robert's got, should have taken him. Emery, I didn't get yours yet. Who do you want to take off the board?
Yeah, so I am going to take a televangelist, though. And it's the only one I'm familiar with.
All right.
And that would be Pat Robertson.
Yeah.
The only reason
he ran for president and did pretty well in 1988.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, wow, that's news to me. Yeah. But I was going to say, the only reason I really know him is that the 700 Club has been streaming on ABC Family, Freeform for I don't know how long. And it's
40
very,
years.
Yeah,
It's
40
nuts.
years
Yeah.
where it's like, I don't know why that show's streaming all the time. So I just looked it up before the show started today. So apparently when he created his own channel back in the day, CBN, got too big and they spun it off as International Family Entertainment, but they kept the 700 Club in there. And then when they sold the channel to Fox, they had the language in there that the 700 Club must be run throughout the day. And then when Fox sold it to ABC to become ABC Family and Freeform, the language stuck. And even though Fox and ABC do not want the show to air anymore, it's so ironclad language in the agreement that they can't do it. And they have to air it in the middle of the day. They can't bury it with the infomercials at night. So that's a crazy agreement that he's got going. It's going to be on the airwaves for perpetuity.
He wasn't a televangelist, though, like the Swaggerts and some others. I don't want to take off yet. But, definitely a televangelist. And I don't know what percentage he got in the primary when he ran for president, 88. But it was fairly substantial. I'll get yours, Kirk. But Minnie's got one, not a televangelist. So and I see Robert's got one, not a televangelist. We want to broaden it out is what I'm saying. Hey, Minnie, happy July 4th that we don't speak, man. What do you have today?
Howdy, happy Independence Day. I just remember back in the day, y'all were mentioning Philly Jesus.
Yes.
And it seems like y'all would talk about there would be various gatherings and he might be banned from attending.
Oh, he got kicked out of an Apple store. He wasn't allowed to come in an Apple store in Philadelphia. Then we had to do free Philly Jesus. He has listeners that tell him when we're talking about, I hope Philly Jesus, he's an awfully nice guy, Minnie. I mean, really. And I think he sort of gets it. He believes whatever, but he gives people something nice and something good, not mockable. In Philadelphia, it's a good thing.
I like that. I like positivity. And like I said, I've been listening to y'all for at least 6 years, it seems like. And like I said, I just can recall.
All right, Minnie, tell us, what is your best creation? Spoofing me and Zioli, photoshopping us, your Krasner work. What's your best? What do you think?
My best, even though I'm pinging on somebody else, would be when I put you next to Bernie with the Bernie mittens on one of the pages of y'all's calendars.
Yes. Great stuff.
I like that. He's all covered up and you're chilling on the beach with him and y'all are just, you're all laughing. You got a real pleasant expression on your face like you're just having the time of your life and he's just all buttoned up and
Minnie,
bundled up.
You really are what makes talk radio drive. You're in Texas, you're on YouTube, but you're as much a part of it as you were 5 minutes away.
I really appreciate that. Y'all have really been a big part of my life ever since I heard Rich Zioli filling in for the great one. Mm-hmm. And then I was listening to Mr. Zioli's morning show, and then we were listening to him, and then to you, and then before Rush Limbaugh passed, then to him. And I got my husband listening, and I'll tell people, oh, such and such in Philadelphia. And they're like, well, how are you listening to that? I'm like, well, on Odyssey. And then eventually y'all were on YouTube. And
good stuff.
I just love all of y'all. Y'all are just really nice people.
Thank you, Minnie. Thanks very much. Dan says the same thing. I know he has a special place in his heart for Minnie. All right, that's a good one. Philly Jesus. Doesn't have to be just a televangelist. We'll see who Kirk has. We'll take yours throughout the show. Get your name into the hat. Phone lines are 855-839-1210.
life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs has been found not guilty of sex trafficking and racketeering charges. Striking 911 dispatchers and critical water department employees are returning to work because of a judge's order. And SEPTA says ridership went up in May, but revenue did not because too many people are riding without paying.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom coming up. Jim Jordan, right in the thick of things, talking about the big, beautiful bill. How will this get through? Let me go to Robert in Ben Salem, though. I should have taken this one off the board. This is tough. Media figure, religious, not just televangelist. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
Oh, Dom, I'm feeling bad now. You want me to change my answer?
Oh, no. We can't take them all off. That wouldn't be fair.
I know, I hear you, man. I just wanted to comment real quick. I sent you an email yesterday, I believe, about the amount of tariffs that could have come in, $121 billion over the last 3 months. And you add that to the fact that the people who are predicting what's going to happen with the big, beautiful bill are working on income models for the past few years. And you got to throw them out the window. And this money that we're getting from the tariffs is indicative of that. We're going to have money coming in that nobody is counting on right now. And I wish that they would understand that, because it happened the last time we did this back in 1981. And you're going to have money that's going to cover a lot of the shortfalls. You're going to have more money to spend without raising taxes. You'll notice that tariff money came in without any kind of a burden on the American taxpayer or consumer. And I just wish that they would understand this, because it's not like this is a magic fairy trick, okay? This is what happens when you unchain the people who drive the economy, and that is the producers and the consumers.
Look,
and
I agree. That's why I played that Raskin thing. He thinks that somebody making tips is going to be happy because he's attacking a billionaire.
That's crazy to me. I mean, I don't understand what it has to come out of a textbook I've never seen before, because I don't know where they get their monetary logic or their economic logic from. They're utterly ignorant on the matter, and I wish we could just ignore them and continue to do what needs to be done in this country. And I'll stop there because I don't want to go on too long. I get worked up. But for my answer to the side question, I'm going to go with somebody who wasn't a televangelist, but was probably the most famous of the lot and had a bigger impact on society than all of them combined, in my estimation, and that would be Martin Luther King.
Yeah, and hard for me to believe a voice I would rather hear I think it was the night before he died, talking about, I may not get there with you. Oh my God, it gives you chills hearing.
I think his biggest line that will stand the test of time is, judged not by the color of your skin, but the content of your character.
Absolutely.
And I'll leave it there. You guys have a great day, okay?
Thank you, Robert. That's, we neglected. All right, we'll get Kirk coming up after Jim Jordan. What does Jim Jordan say about what's going on with the big, beautiful bill? I cannot even rule one way or another. Can people that are here illegally in the Senate side, can they still get Medicaid? It seems to be in dispute. Some are saying no, and some are saying yes. All right, Jim Jordan, though, we'll ask everything about all that next on Talk Radio 1210.
Every month, we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight. Hey, it's Nick Kale here, and on Wednesday, July 9th, we will be honoring U.S. Army veteran Chris Hoover for his service and commitment to the veteran community. The Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Be here Wednesday morning, July 9th on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit. See if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text card to 323232. That's card to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding, and did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top-quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. It could be a fictional religious figure that had a media platform. I didn't like Father Guido Sarducci, but on Saturday Night Live he did. I don't know if he ever fully worked as a character. That's one religious. When it's a mockery type of thing, it's going to be tricky. But I would have taken that as an answer. All right, Jim Jordan, of course, I would have much rather seen as the Speaker of the House than Mike Johnson. And we're able to get him on. We made a good contact with him. Been on about 5 or 6 times. Thought with the big, beautiful bill that Jordan would have some insight. I think he's on the side, though, that says you got to vote for this. I'm telling you, I realize that. But given some of the stuff that's happened with this, including apparently illegals getting Medicaid, we're taking Americans off, and those Americans should be taken off. But should people here illegally be able to get it? Without further ado, let's bring in Congressman Jim Jordan. We sometimes sleep. I don't know that Congressman Jim Jordan does, though. Big guest, one of my favorites, to lead off Rich's show tonight, because the big, beautiful bill and everything related, but he's got a lot on the judiciary, too. Congressman, welcome to America at Night. It's always great to talk with you.
Yeah, good to be with you, Dom. Thanks for what you do.
Well, Congressman, the media, of course, is scrambling, but I felt better about the big, beautiful bill a couple days ago. I assume there are hurdles now, and there's one matter of clarification I wanted to get with early on. But where are we tonight? What are the hurdles still left? What are you seeing on the inside?
Well, I mean, again, I think, first of all, it's a good piece of legislation, and I always say, it's a good bill because the Democrats hate it. And they hate it because it empowers families. It lets them keep more of their tax money. It gives them school choice. It makes sure our border is going to stay secure. And it says to able-bodied people who are getting your tax money, your listeners' tax money, that guess what? If you're getting your tax money and you're in our welfare system and you're able-bodied, you're going to have to work now. Go figure. So I think it's a good bill. It got through the Senate, close, of course, just like it got through the House the first time. It's coming back to the House. And we're going to work on trying to get it across the finish line here tomorrow. But I think it should pass because it does what we told the voters we were going to do.
You underlined one thing there that I didn't want to be emphasizing too much. My fingers are really crossed. I'm a big school choice guy and do a podcast on that, et cetera. And I know that you are too. And Dave McCormick was in the Senate side shepherding it through. As I understand it, it would be about $5 billion. That would liberate a lot of Americans. And it is part of the mentality here for the average American.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the left doesn't like it, because the left thinks, oh, the bureaucrats are smarter than mom and dad. Like, give me a break. I've had in the past, like, someone come up to me, oh, Congressman Jordan, you really think that some parent knows better than some guy who works at the Department of Education here in D.C.? And I go, yes, because at least they know the kid's name, for goodness sake. So, yeah, this is empowering parents, empowering families, empowering Americans. And it's good. Now, do I wish we'd cut more spending? Of course. But, you know, we got tight margins in both the House and the Senate. You got to get the votes cobbled together as best you can and move forward with what we told the voters we were going to do. And I think this bill does it.
Now, Eric Schmidt on Twitter and Charlie Kirk, this is going back and forth, Congressman. They seem to be indicating that people that are here illegally would not be getting Medicaid. My understanding is that's somewhat true, but maybe not. Clarification on that, on the Medicaid and illegals.
No, good point. I feel like I think the parliamentarian pushed that back, and so it's not as good as we would hope. This is one of the frustrations that I think many of us feel is the Senate rules and the power the parliamentarian has in order to avoid having to get the 60 votes and the complicated sort of arcane rules they have over there. Now, some of that's good. I understand that, particularly if in those situations where we're not in the majority, you don't want the Democrats just doing all kinds of crazy left-wing things. But, yeah, I think that's been set back, and that's unfortunate. But it doesn't change the fact. I always say to my colleagues, any one particular thing of this bill that you would take out, would you vote for separately if it was a bill just on tax cuts, renewing the tax cuts that were put in place 8 years ago? Yes, you'd vote for that. Would you vote for school choice? Yes, you would vote for that. Would you vote for work requirements for people who are able-bodied in our welfare system? Would you require them to work before they get the benefit? Yes, you would vote for that. Would you vote for the resources, putting resources forward to make sure our borders stay secure? Yes, you would vote for that. So any one of those single things you would vote for, but somehow when it's in a package, because it doesn't get everything else accomplished that you want to get accomplished, somehow you're going to vote against it? I just do not follow that, and I think in the end it's better if we vote for this bill and move on with what we told the people we were going to focus on doing.
I think that's sound advice. I got to tell you, I'm right next to New Jersey. I'm not far from New York, as you know, where we probably could have, and I agree with the president. I think this guy's a communist more than a socialist, and yet in the bill, the Senate went along with this, and they actually put in increases for the state and local tax deduction of 40,000, then it goes up. And I know that's got to be, I think I hear your point. I still would vote for it. But boy, I don't think that's ever going to come out at some point in the future.
Yeah, they lowered, they went from taking the 40,000 and keeping that for 10 years. The Senate dropped it down to 5. I agree with you. It seems to be rewarding states who, got a high tax burden. But again, I go back to the fundamentals. We got a few vote majority in the House, a few vote majority in the Senate. And many of the people who put us over the top and gave us the majority in the House come from Long Island and New York and California. It's just a fact of life. And so, I wish we had a bigger majority where we wouldn't have to do that. We didn't have to do that in 2017 when we did the tax package. We lowered the SALT deduction, but in order to get it through, we gotta raise it, and it's unfortunate, but it's part of the deal you have to do to get the votes.
Let's turn to your day job, judiciary and the like. And I see all kinds of things, and I don't think we focus in on it enough. Of the movement you guys are, I see that you subpoenaed somebody who used to be at Pfizer, for example. Yeah. So we're still trying to get a reckoning on COVID. The auto pen, we're still trying to get a reckoning on President Biden. Give me top of mind some of the things you're doing.
Well, no, specifically on the Pfizer issue, we had a guy there at Pfizer who, when he left Pfizer after the 2020 election, he goes to another drug company, GSD, GlaxoSmithKline, and while he's there at the end after the 24 election, he says, I think I need to be transferred because I'm concerned that the Trump administration may find out that we slowed up the results, slowed up the testing on the vaccine prior to the 2020 election, and they did so for political reasons. So he conveys all this to a person at GSC, and they get nervous about that. They end up letting the guy go. They actually report it to the district, Southern District of New York, the prosecutor there. And then it gets our attention, so we start investigating. It looks like that's the case. So we actually subpoenaed this individual. We want to talk to them. And I think the bigger picture on that issue is everything that happened, it seemed, relative to COVID was a lie. The government told us all kinds of things that weren't true, and now we have this on top of it. So think about it. The government said it didn't come from a lab. It sure looks like it did. They said it wasn't our money used at the lab. Yes, it was. They said it wasn't gain of function being done at the lab, that kind of research. Yes, it was. They said vaccines work. They said the vaccine can't be, not that. They said the vaccinated can't transmit it, and the vaccinated can't get it. Both of those were wrong. They said masks work. They said 6 feet was social distancing was based on science. I mean, just on and on. So it's part of that whole problem. So we're gonna investigate that and see what we find.
A big story tonight where I am, and I think nationally, Riley Gaines is a favorite of ours. University of Penn not only says no more transgendered athletes like Leah Thomas, but critical to me, and I know you're a big sports guy, they're going to take away, as I understand it, the records of Leah Thomas and the young women I have on Riley and the others. That's really important to them.
Yeah, this is common sense. Remember, President Trump says this all the time, Dom. We're the party of common sense. The Democrats are now the party of the crazy left. And every position the left takes is crazy. It's crazy not to have a border. It's crazy to defund the police. It's crazy to let men compete against women in sports. It's crazy to blame the riots on President Trump when he sends in the National Guard to stop the riots that the left created. I mean, you can just keep going. So God bless this decision by Penn. This is common sense, and it's a fairness issue to women athletes who train and work so hard. Trying to chase down their goals and dreams on the athletic field.
Absolutely. Congressman, I know a very busy day. Really appreciate you coming on. Always welcome in Philadelphia.
You bet.
And tomorrow, you think it's possible there could be a vote tomorrow? Is that possible?
I hope so. So. I think there will be a vote on the rule, but let's hope that not only the rule, but the actual final passage as well.
Let's hope so. Congressman, thank you very much. Have a great Independence Day.
You too. Take care.
All right, there's Congressman Jim Jordan breaking down where they stand. I don't see anything of note in the last, half hour or so here as this moves forward. I think they're going to vote on it tomorrow. I think it stands a reasonable chance of passing, and I think President Trump has no public events today. He's working the phones, meaning he's calling up the 8 to 10 people here one way or the other that we need to get over the finish line. 855-839-1210. I played you Raskin saying these people working on tips are going to be more than happy when you put a big tax on millionaires and billionaires rather than keeping more of their own money. So I need somebody out there. And if you don't want to use your real name, that's okay. Just tell us if you work, how much would this mean to you a year if you're working with tips? If we took away that tax? What will it mean? The tax cuts work both ways. If we don't get them, that's a loss. And if we don't get them, rather than getting something good, we're now back to the old tax rate. That's going to be brutal on the economy, on the average American, on everything. That's why, in the end, this has to get through. All right, here is, though, Elizabeth Warren, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Here's Elizabeth Warren filming herself crying in her car over the big, beautiful bill passing the Senate.
Leaving the Senate now. At the end of the vote,
I'll get me a beer.
When the Republicans won, they cheered. They cheered over taking away health care from around 17 million people. They cheered over giving huge tax breaks to a handful of billionaires. They cheered over running up the national debt by another $3.5 trillion. You know, this bill, it's bad. It's bad economically. It's bad morally. This bill is just wrong. But we stay in the fight. We stay in the fight. We stay in the fight. And we proved why we stay in the fight, because actually there are pieces of this bill that we got better. We got the tax on solar and wind knocked out, and that's going to help with clean energy. We got a few different pieces and made them better. So that's reason number one. Is always the reminder. All of those calls matter. Reason number two is it's still not over. The bill has now got to go back over to the House. And there are a lot of Republicans who are feeling really squeamish about this bill at this point. So that means we got to stay in the fight. And reason number three is, they may do this now, but come November 2026, they're going to have to face the voters. They're going to have to face the people, the families of the people whose health care they took away. And they're going to have to explain exactly what they just did just now on the floor of the United States Senate and whatever they do next. So this is hard, but damn, we stay in the fight. We stay in it, not because it's an easy fight, not because we're guaranteed to win every time. We stay in it because it's the right fight.
All right. And now get me a beer.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you think her driver in that scenario, like as soon as she hit like end recording, she was like, "That was good. You nailed that one.
Let's go get a beer together here. You nailed it.
First round's on me."
Probably drove off the road. Well put. My friends, the editor over at Delaware Valley Journal, I worked this in throughout the rest of the show. I may ask Martina White, who's coming up at 1:30 with something major coming off the Penn thing. Linda Stein's great. She says Wallet Hub ranks Philadelphia only 87 out of 100 cities for the July 4th celebration. So I guess we mean 87th place.
Yeah.
That's the way I read that. I wouldn't go quite that far, but I'm going to, they want to comment for this. I'm going to say they're certainly not in the top 10, the top 20, the top 30, because what they do, Henry, is we're going to see them put on a party with entertainers that may or may not be fine. What is the connection to July 4th? Yeah. It's a party. That's the only thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I interviewed, and we're going to play it tomorrow, Alfonso Ribeiro, who would be hosting what they do at the Capitol. Now, they have the Temptations, they have the Beach Boys, they have a bunch of other acts or even more contemporary. But throughout, there's a vibe of patriotism, something special, July 4th. Is that too hard to do? Why doesn't Philadelphia do it? I mean, I asked Sherelle Parker that once. She said she'd take a look at it because it's a party on the Parkway. Well, that's fine, but that's not July 4th. Could you not mix in? No, they'd get booed. They don't want that. Pitbull. I mean, what the hell does Pitbull have to do with July 4th? Not saying anything about big names and big acts. That's fine. I would bend and put some of that in. Who would be an act? Kirk, do you have one? Do you think that in Philadelphia would be contemporary enough, but we get a little vibe of July 4th?
I can't, to be honest with you.
No,
I can't think.
No
of
patriotic rappers. 50 Cent couldn't do something patriotic.
No, I don't think. I don't think anyone I don't think any mainstream.
No, they're not patriotic. Henry, do you have one?
I'm trying to think of someone country, but that's just not my forte. You know?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd steer along those lines, something like that.
I would agree on that. Absolutely. I would
But it's got to be somebody that would do a moving, like Elvis did patriotic stuff of something toward the country. Instead, it's just constant. It's a party. You're going to see the same thing this July 4th. We should own July 4th. We have the most historic 4 or 5 square blocks, however you want to look at it, in the world. Everything happened here. And yet, Washington does. New York does it a little bit better. Boston pops. Why? And there's usually some degree of violence. One time, Kenny said he'd like to quit his job. You remember that? Why do that? Well, because they want the money of the Founding Fathers and the tourism, but they really don't like the Founding Fathers. Philadelphia doesn't. They differ with them. They like Ben Franklin because he had a lot of women, apparently. But other than that, is there a Founding Father? Jefferson, slave owner? Well, we know that. We know all that stuff. He did other stuff, too, though. All right, so I'm going to answer her and say, maybe I'll ask you to come on a little bit later. We'll see. I'm coming up with my answer here. Martina White, though, here at 1:30. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Whether it's Pennsylvania or New Jersey, obviously New York, the Northeast, they might have the best little mom and pop bakeries of any region of the country. Whether it's tomato pie or delicacies and desserts, cannolis. No wonder why we're all fat in the Northeast.
The bike ride is 2 months, so, there's still plenty of time to train if you're not in bike shape.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up. Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. So where you are, wherever you might be, your neighborhood, your area, do they celebrate July 4th in the way that you think at least blends in to the type of thing I'm talking about? It's going to be interesting to see the parade. I might get over on July 4th to the parade in Plymouth White Marsh or White Marsh Township, whatever you call it.
Where were they ranked?
Yes. We'll pull up Wallet Hub and see who's number one. I think they might say Washington or some small town that goes nuts. Philadelphia ought to own it. That ought to be the headline. We own July 4th. But they don't, because they're not going to do that. They're going to avoid it. They're embarrassed at best by the Founding Fathers. That's the bottom line. 855-839-1210.
It's crazy some of the cities that Philadelphia is below.
Give us some.
Oh, man. Chesapeake, Virginia, Stockton, California, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, Anchorage, Alaska, Greensboro, North Carolina, Riverside, California, Toledo, Ohio.
Toledo? Wait a minute, we're behind Toledo.
It's embarrassing.
Who's number one?
Number one on the list, however, is Las Vegas.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, who would have
Las
thought that?
Vegas and
Yeah.
July 4th. Henry, can you send me print that one for me?
Mhm.
I'm going to use it tonight on the national show. That'll be fun.
Yeah. Las Vegas, New York, L.A., Minneapolis, and then St. Paul.
Las Vegas is a party.
Well, that's a party, though.
Yeah.
Do they are the strippers in red, white, and blue? Or what? Is that
Got fireworks shooting.
fireworks?
everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Wallet Hub is not going where I was going here. Yeah, Philadelphia, I think, would be better than Vegas.
It
at
goes
least.
by the 4th of July celebrations, which that could be anything.
Right.
Affordability, attractions and activities, and then safety and accessibility.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
it ought
and
to
the
be.
weather.
It ought to be about the. Okay, it ought to be about the core celebrating the country. All right, Barb in Philly has somebody she thinks should play here in Philadelphia for July 4th. Hey, Barb, thanks for jumping in. Who would you suggest?
Thanks. I'd like to suggest Tim McGraw and Faith Hill. I think that they have some very good motivational songs, patriotic songs. What could you get better than a McGraw name with Philadelphia Phillies? It is
I
his
see what you're
son.
doing. Yeah, that would be a way to trigger. Yeah.
I mean, to turn it all around, Beyonce did try just win Country Music of the Year, and country music is, look at how big the Country Music Festival was in Wildwood.
Oh, it's
been only
unbelievable.
growing
Yeah.
by leaps and bounds.
That is a good
And I don't-
suggestion. I'd hate to have them up there and they get booed off, though. And, in my sense in Philadelphia is it's corrupt. They want the money of the tourism and the Independence Hall stuff, but they hate it deep down.
I know, but I think that the draw for Tim and Faith would be good. You call in Sylvester Stallone to introduce them.
There you go.
And
You can't boo
we can
Rocky.
make you can't boo Rocky. One of the things, I travel back and forth to Italy a lot, and of course they're not going to go know my little town in Pennsylvania, so I say Philadelphia. The first thing they say, although the Convention and Visitors Bureau doesn't think so, they think they say the Liberty Bell. When I say Philadelphia, the first thing they say is Rocky.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
For
without a doubt.
everybody.
Some of the snobs at the Art Museum ought to realize it belongs at the top of the steps, I think. It's the draw, not the Art Museum.
It's a disgrace where they have the Rocky statue. When my cousins came in from Italy, they're like, we want to go see Rocky. We want to go up the steps. I was shocked to see him under a tree on the sidewalk.
There you go. Thank you, Barb, for the suggestion. Yeah, running the steps. Mike Vitez wrote a book about that. People get their remission from cancer. They want to come here and run the steps. That's where Rocky ought to be. She's right, underneath a tree. It is the number one thing they want to see, more than a Liberty Bell or anything else. Oh, well, that's not right. Stop it. It is the draw. And they want the tourism tower. But some of those places, Henry, how's Vegas number one? And we're behind Toledo.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for a reply from my editor.
Well, let's see. Vegas ranks
yeah.
second in the 4th of July celebrations, meaning they must have a pretty big one.
Right.
Affordability's 18th, I guess, out of 100.
Yeah.
Attractions and activities, it's 7th. New York's first. That makes sense. Safety and accessibility, it's 28th, and the weather is 30th.
Yeah, we'll see. There's a lot of factors there. I think the best is Washington, as I said, every year. Gary Sinise, we've had on, Alfonso Ribeiro. They mix it up. You have acts there. You have some of them contemporary. You have some of them older, like Beach Boys. But they, have patriotic songs. They have military stuff. They do both. Why is that such a foreign concept? I don't even want parity. I would take 30%, 25%. All right, 25% of a little patriotism, Rocky introducing, little country act, and then on with the pit bulls of the world. Okay, that would be fine. No, that's not what Philadelphia wants to do. It's just a party. And Wawa goes all out despite Wawa being treated shabbily, crime, having to move their businesses around. They spend millions just on the hoagies alone. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. Coming up, Martina White. She's one of the people pushing the Women in Sports bill, Fairness in Women in Sports bill. Will it get a vote? Coming up, Paula Scanlon. And the impact is Josh Shapiro. What would Josh Shapiro do? First, it's the right thing that we pass a law saying no males like Leah Thomas in sports. Penn even agrees. But also, I want to see what Josh Shapiro will say. Well, folks, as soon as he starts with the folks thing. All right, we'll talk with her. Get in, though. Hit us with that. Oh, man, Joe of Exton going wild today. Hit us with
what
that.
What else is new?
I don't know about the media, how much media this guy got, but we'll see. Hit us with somebody who had a lot of media attention, platform, and is a religious figure. That's what we're looking for. Hey, let's celebrate your freedom by doing something good for your health. Does that make sense? Rescue Natural Supplements Independence Day sale is going on now. Save 45% on 4 or more of their specially formulated supplements. Just use the code FREEDOM. Mix and match single bottles to support a healthy heart, immunity, energy levels, or simply up your nutrient intake. Rescue has you covered with proven natural solutions to feel your best every day. To take advantage of the Star-Spangled Deal, call 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483, and speak to a Rescue product consultant, or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Rescue's Independence Day sale ends Sunday, July 6th, so don't miss out. Remember, shop res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM. Again, the code is FREEDOM for 45% off 4 or more single bottles.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Ready to relax, recharge, and indulge in exceptional savings? It's the Freedom to Save event at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Right now, save up to $5,000 on exquisite hot spring and caldera hot tubs. Plus, receive a complimentary Freshwater IQ smart monitoring system. Seeking wellness and elegance? Endless pools start at just $24,999 with 50% off all premium accessories. For a limited time, buy any 3 spa essentials and get the 4th for just $1. Visit Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, Plymouth Meeting, or Marlton and celebrate your freedom to save in style.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They're focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Weather sponsored by D&K Appliances.
The clouds should break for some sun today, going up to 84, but still humid. Tomorrow, 89 for the high with some thunderstorms around in the afternoon. But by Friday for 4th of July, sunny, less humid, and a high of 84 degrees.
D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff are local experts in guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square in Flourtown or dkappliances.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, so national news, big story that Penn has to apologize, get rid of Leah Thomas's records, honor the female athletes that were there, Paula Scanlon all over the place, and Penn is a biggie. We have this bill here in Pennsylvania, though, that is this Fairness in Women's Sports Act by a number of females and others in the House and State Senate who were college athletes. One of them is State Representative Martina White. Martina, happy 4th of July. Thanks for joining today.
Thanks, Dom. Same to you and your listeners out there. Happy 4th.
So we were thinking the impetus of Penn, does that not underline that Penn, the holy grail of progressives and others signing off on this? We're not going to do this. You can't have these people in sports. I could make that argument. How are we not taking up this bill then? This is a matter of great public debate.
Yeah, absolutely. Here in Pennsylvania, we need to uphold what exactly Title IX does, and that helps to protect women in sports. And as you saw, the federal government took action when there was a violation of these young women's civil rights. And I think that it's really important that people note that, Title IX has been in existence for quite a while now. It's pretty clear that you cannot, conduct this unequal balance of activities when it comes to treating women differently than how they should be entitled to the same opportunities that our male counterparts are when it comes to being able to compete in athletics and sports. This is a big day for not only our country, but I think Penn is certainly having to make these changes, and they were on a path to self-destruction, but I think at this point, with a little self-correcting and making sure that they're in compliance with Title IX, that they're going to be moving in a much better direction that helps ensure fairness in sports on their campus and for their students and for any competitors that come onto their campus.
And it's pretty obvious. If this comes up as a vote, it wins in the Senate. And in the House, I think you'll see a number of Democrats cross over. I think they did before. It's just that Wolf vetoed it, so there wasn't enough. What are the odds? What has to be done in order to get this at least before a committee and have a vote?
Yeah, in Pennsylvania, the bill, it passed in the Senate. It's now sitting in the House in committee. The chairman has made statements that he will never run this bill out of committee. He was publicly condemned for making such statements. And then also, for us as House leaders on this issue, the members like Barb Gleim, myself, Val Gatos, Stephanie Borowitz, and Stephanie Shalaba, we've all been very vocal about helping to support Riley Gaines in this effort to address what inevitably took away her trophy, her honor of being able to be in first place. So we have an opportunity coming up, I think, this coming week to potentially drop basically it's a move to get the bill out of committee. It's called a discharge resolution. And I think if nothing happens between now and then we're going to have to take action and just move this policy forward as best that we can and continue the fight here in Pennsylvania. As you know, there's many people who don't want us to get this done, but there are also so many supporters out there that have been absolutely amazing that we need to continue to thank and just know that we will not give up here in Pennsylvania.
Well, I know you're not. So for a discharge to work, what does that mean in the committee? How many votes or what does it mean, Martina?
We basically have to submit it to the Speaker of the House and then this document will be initiated where 25 members have to sign on to it in order for it to be pulled out of the committee. There are some, measures that the Democrats could go through, extensive measures to try to prevent us from, being able to do it. But we're gonna continue to pursue it and make sure that people know where do the Democrats stand on this issue. It's obviously been something of debate in their minds. So we should know where those members are standing on it. But I think you're right. I think if it comes up for a vote, then we're going to see Democrats and Republicans vote in favor of it, and it would likely get to the governor's desk.
Right. And that's, as you know, what I'm waiting for, too, because the chameleon end's going to have to make a decision. I would say he vetoes it. The Democrat Party is dying on this hill nationally. I think there's more sense in Harrisburg, but he's looking at it nationally. If he signed it, it would differentiate him from other Democrats. But I think he's thinking the party will not give up on this nationally.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that our governor is sitting here, willing to violate women's, rights under Title IX, but yet it's Gavin Newsom out in California that claims that he's for women in sports now. So I don't know what Governor Shapiro's thinking is on going so radical on this issue and defending the indefensible. But I think that if it comes across his desk, I hope that he does sign it. I hope he lets it go into law. If he vetoes it, I think it will, honestly, I think it'll hurt any chances that he has in his grand, illusions of running for president.
Martina White with us. Martina, will you be endorsing anybody on the Republican side, or do you go through the primary and then you endorse? Because I see a couple of good candidates, and one's a female that I had on a national show last night, and Stacey Garrity. I like the rural Pennsylvania thing, her military experience, her experience as a fiscal watchdog. What are your thoughts on a candidate for governor?
So I don't typically endorse unless, first off, that I'm asked to endorse, and then secondly, to know that they're actually announced to run specifically. But I do know Stacey personally, and I've been able to work with her over the years that she's been our state treasurer. She's done a phenomenal job, and I think if she was to run for governor, that would be fantastic because, honestly, we need more women to run for these types of positions. And someone who has the experience that she has, the background, in not only elected office and a successful career at that, but also, her military background certainly will serve her well in garnering support around the state. But I hope that we get a candidate here soon. That would be great. This way, Josh Shapiro will have to answer to his opposition quickly.
Yes, exactly. Parting area, you are in a well-run district, and you're one of the major reasons for it in the city. How is the trash situation services with the DC 33 strike? In various stories I'm hearing from people already, things have gotten pretty hostile.
Yeah, it's definitely a hot mess. I think that, you've got all sorts of stories that I've been hearing around too. I think it's important that the mayor get this issue addressed as quickly as possible. And, what drives me nuts is that, that the contracts are coming up and that you got to, start to make arrangements for these sorts of things. And I don't know, when it comes to trash, people, this is something you physically see out on your street. It degrades the community and, it's disgusting. So, even more importantly, it needs to get addressed. And so I hope that they come to they get it figured out quickly.
Definitely. Martina, thank you very much. Have a great Independence Day. Thanks for joining as always.
Thank you, Dom. Take care. Be well, everybody.
Representative Martina White here on Talk Radio 1210. Now, you heard what she said. The point of it is they can do this discharge maneuver. I'm telling you, if it gets out of that committee, Democrats will vote for it. It will pass. Definitely it's passed the Senate already. It will pass the House. And what does that mean? Then Josh Shapiro's got a big decision to make. He's a chameleon. I'm betting he vetoes it. Because he's looking at it nationally. Democrats don't care all these signs that are around them. They're more afraid of the trans activist. They're more afraid of that segment of their party that's so wired in on this. I think they don't care that they got killed on this, another 80-20 issue with President Trump. $40 million Trump campaign spent on it. I would have spent $100 million. People care about this. They're not going to be dismissed on this. So let's hope they do that, say, Tuesday or so. We get a vote. I think it'll pass. All right, phone lines on the side and everything else. 855-839-1210.
Get ready for summertime with Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola ready-to-drink cans. Headed to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store now to take advantage of $2 off 6-packs of the Jack and Coke Variety Pack, featuring 2 cans each of the original Jack and Coke, Jack and Cherry Coke, and Jack and Vanilla Coke. All perfectly mixed at 7% ABV. Perfect for down the shore or hanging with friends in the backyard. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels, LL number 7, are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. That's impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, we heard from Martina White. There's an update on what may happen this week. Side question, the passing of Jimmy Swaggart. Kirk, we haven't gotten yours. Who's that religious figure that had a media platform?
Who cannot forget? And I'm surprised you didn't take it off the board. Jim and Tammy Faye Baker.
Yeah, classic televangelists, both of them, the crying, the mascara running, the PTL club, the
PTL
dog.
Club.
Yeah, they're just two of the worst. I never got why they were that successful. I think it was her.
Well, not to mention Jessica Hahn, who was
that's right.
Who was
Jim
Baker's
Jessica
secretary,
Hahn,
and that spawned like a ton of things. And
yeah,
Stern
he was kind of tepid to me. I could watch Jimmy Swaggart.
Yeah,
particularly when Swaggart had to ask for forgiveness. What a show!
Oh yeah,
God!
If that was that had been if there was like Twitter at that time or social media, that would have
God.
blown up. It broke the internet.
Yeah, no, he was an all-time. But, the PTL Club, I think it was, that is a biggie. All right, yeah, they're potential Mount Rushmore. And when they went down, Jessica Hahn, oh, my God, the whole deal with them. So we've gotten Martin Luther King. We've gotten Philly Jesus, a religious figure that has that media perch or had it, real or fictional. Let's go to Ginny in Trevose, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Ginny, what do you have today? Hi.
Hello, Dom. I have a teacher from a really long time ago, a Sunday school teacher by the name of Edward Kimball, who focused so carefully on every student. One of them was Dwight Moody, who became a famous preacher. And Moody influenced a great preacher named John Chapman. Chapman turned a professional baseball player, Billy Sunday, to be a famous evangelist.
That's a very famous. Yeah, Billy Sunday is one of the all-time way back names, yes.
Billy Sunday influenced a preacher named Mordecai Ham, and he was the preacher who influenced Billy Graham to become the biggest preacher ever, 2.2 billion he preached to.
Oh, yeah, Billy Graham. And, the son's pretty good, but nobody's like Billy Graham was in the tents. You have him in there. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. That is great. Thank you for the timeline, Jenny. Have a good fourth. Yeah, that's a good one. That was kind of the random shots that we talked about the other day, one to the other. Billy Sunday is an all-time name, but certainly Billy Graham, arguably, he was the biggest of these preachers that was also mainstream. You know, he was the confidant to how many presidents. He's all over the Watergate tapes with Richard Nixon. Trump has his own brigade of preachers. One's a female that's involved now. And some of this stuff's a little bit over the top. But no Catholics yet. Catholic priests, is there anybody you think of that's associated with that? Hit us with that all-time religious figure. Martina White, though, if you missed what she said there, is saying that they may be able to get this out of committee. If they do and it gets voted on, it's going to pass. Then we're going to see what Josh Shapiro does with it. But if the University of Pennsylvania, the prime face of Pennsylvania, one of the biggest universities, endowment, the whole thing in the country, if they say, no, we can't be doing this anymore, whatever the reason is, how in the world do we not even vote on it in Harrisburg? Well, we know why they don't want to vote on it. They know what the consequence will be, and they know what the governor will have to go through if they vote on it, how difficult that will be. And they don't want to disappoint their base, even though America's saying clearly this is over day by day. We're rolling it back. By the way, Dinesh D'Souza, pretty entertaining on Twitter. Haven't had him on in a while. Giving advice to the mayor of New York of the foods you can't eat with your hands, because the mayor now, in a cosplay of sorts, I guess, is eating rice with his hands. You know, he takes a bowl of rice and he's eating it with his hands. He's authentic. What I like about this guy, I got it last night. He is saying the most hateful, self-destructive things, but he's calm. He doesn't get worked up into a lather preaching this. He's calmly talking anti-Israel, anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic, all that stuff. Alan in Hamilton, Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Alan.
Hello.
Since you had Martin Luther King, I thought that it'd be appropriate to have Ralph David Abernathy, who picked up for Martin Luther King and led the march in Washington.
Yeah, I think Ralph Abernathy did some of that. I was thinking, the heir to Martin Luther King Jr., even though not a man quite like Martin Luther King, but as a preacher, Jesse Jackson. I thought somebody'd call in with him, the Reverend Jackson, who I interviewed at the Volunteer Summit. And he told me that graffiti, Dom, I'm holding up the phone, we're on with another host, is the hieroglyphics of the poor. My God, it was just a moment. Jesse Jackson standing there with me. You got to picture this, Henry. It's all the national people, but we knew the guards inside this fencing. They did it at a playground. And they liked the station. They let me in there. So it's Peter Jennings, Dan Rather, Tom Brokaw, Dom Giordano. And they're all coming down the line. But I got caught, and Oprah was next.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, it's the only one I missed. I mean, I had people on, Katie Couric stopping by, all the weather people, and Oprah was the only one I missed.
Oh,
I didn't even want to interview Christine Todd Whitman and the governor. I was too busy with these others. I handed my phone over the fence to get it charged to Tom Brokaw. He looked like it was degrading to even touch it, to hand it off.
Is he like, who is this guy?
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I don't think I went to the bathroom for like 7 hours. So, because I wasn't getting out of there.
That's impressive. Yeah, no, you got it. You're in.
I'm in there. I'm not getting back in. Oprah was just 5 feet away from me. All these biggies, no Oprah, though. All right, 855-839-1210. We got Dom's Money Melody for a great prize. Let me check again. Yes, to see Rod Stewart one last time tour on July 12th at the Mann Center in Philadelphia. We'll have that in the next hour. And you can get on board, answer the side question. You know, I haven't seen any more action today. I think it's behind closed doors. We'll have the vote hopefully by tomorrow morning on the House side, trying to reconcile with the Senate. I don't know. I'd put this as a 50-50 shot. And if they don't get it done this time, well, then what's going to happen by July 4th? Maybe not done. Also, if I asked Martina White, wherever you are in Philadelphia, the stuff, according to even the Inquirer, that this DC-33 opening up fire plugs, the trash pile up, slashing tires, the libraries are closed as a matter of safety because of the picketing of the union. You know, a lot of people think they deserve a raise here, but the stuff that's going on is outrageous. It's hot. It's July 4th. You're going to see a lot over the next few days with this. Why are they allowed to get away with it? It's Philadelphia. That's the exact reason. And if you missed it, I'll tell you a little bit more about it. Last night, I spoke with Scott Jennings on a national show. And Jennings has a new book coming out. I'll give you the title again, why it's important. He's agreed to do Politics and Pints. And nobody have I seen, November 18th, the book comes out. So nobody that I've seen is better at what he does on CNN. And he's a gentleman. He's not screaming at people. It's just parrying back and forth stuff with a twinkle in his eye. Yeah. So we got him. I think Scott Presler, I don't know for a fact, but I think a book is in the works. He would be in the on-deck circle. And I got a couple of others bubbling, and I know Rich does too. It's going to be a big season starting pretty soon here. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Oh, yeah, you got to love this. The Diddy thing gave us one big moment. Dom Giordano's show that Diddy supporters, Mediaite reporting. Henry, you might be able to find that, too. It's right at the top left for YouTube. Pouring baby oil on each other following the verdict. You got to love it.
Oh, come on.
You got to love it. Oh, my God. What's the brand? You'll probably be advertising it. P. Diddy.
Johnson & Johnson.
Johnson & Johnson, yes.
Who are these people?
50 Cent saying he's like the gay, 50 Cent's words in quotes, he's like the gay John Gotti, escaping this. I mean, it was pretty obvious stuff. We've seen the video. We know about the exhausting travelogue of this. And all that he ends up with, essentially, just boiling down the minutia, is something along the lines of prostitution. Think a pimp or something, I guess. And he may be sentenced to just time served. That's what it may come down to. But the followers out there pouring baby oil on each other. Megyn Kelly going off on this. How could this be? I mean, I don't know any smoking gun as far as why the jury would go down this path, other than, juries, any number of juries in cases like this urban juries. Is it like an OJ thing of sorts here? Diddy's being. I even see some of these right-wing influencers who are tending towards saying, well, nobody does anything anymore. It's all frame. It's deep state and all. No, he did it. We've seen enough stuff. Now, is it racketeering and all, a complicated charge? That was one I didn't think they were going to go for. I'm just glad it's over, so it's not in the news as much. But pouring baby oil over each other, that is an unusual way to celebrate.
I don't even know if I want to play this.
What happened? Yeah, I mean, well, I don't. I think they're clothed and all, but
they are. I mean, they strip a little bit and they just lather it on themselves.
Oh my God! All right,
dance
maybe
around. Everyone's like, yeah.
I want people to go to
OMG.
YouTube, but I don't know. I got a coin flip on this one. Should we show?
I don't want to get the channel banned from YouTube.
Well, that's right. Yeah, they might be. Well, look, it's out. Mediaite
We'll
showing it.
be
Is popular.
monetized,
Yeah,
though.
yeah. There we go. Again, the thing that offends me more, and two conversations. I'm always going to be in favor of the death penalty. I'm always going to be the voice pushing for the death penalty. Apparently, that's out of vogue now. So last night, I'm doing this national show, big-time lawyer on, who was a prosecutor at one point, and he said, look, this guy's going to stay in jail. Why do you keep on going back to the death penalty? And then I did a TV show today, and a person I like, we're talking there, and after a while, she was like, but he is going to stay in jail for life. It's like, what am I missing here? We have the death penalty. And then they start, well, won't they be more in pain because there will be appeals and it'll be in the news? How do you think Maureen Faulkner feels every day knowing that Mumia Abu-Jamal is still alive, that she has to deal with this? And given Larry Krasner going in the tank and God knows what, and he's ill, then he may get out of jail. I could see that happening. I know you don't believe it. Remember, I called it if it happens. Oh, no, it's a short life imprisonment. How does this guy plead guilty and not get the death penalty? And the family's outraged. They weren't consulted. They weren't brought in. And we hear, oh, it's too. One person told me, well, you know how much it cost? Do you see how insidious the left is and progressives? We talked about this. The first time they started with this aggravating, mitigating, right there. You know what's aggravating? Murdering my loved one. You know what's aggravating? This maniac from Buckingham coming over here to Temple and killing a police officer whose young children now still text him. They're texting with daddy beyond the grave. You've heard the widow. Well, it's not going to bring him back. How many phony, it's at the heart of progressivism. Well, it's not going to bring him back, having him sit in jail and maybe get out. And just the unnerving of this, that this guy's still alive. Why are they alive? Why is this so hard to understand? But every argument in the world is from aggravating, mitigating. Well, mitigating, he didn't have a pony when he was a kid. His parents were rotten. Aggravating, he killed 2 people. Why do you have to kill 2 people? Why does it have to be a cop? That's what bothers me the most about it. It ought to be pretty simple. We used to believe this. If you take a life under the criteria of first-degree murder in the state, the life is the important thing. That life, it doesn't matter who it is, how many times we have to say this, or the circumstances, if it meets first-degree murder. I'm looking at the father and the mom leaving court right now in Idaho, of all places, saying that. And routinely, you see people cold-hearted. Well, why do they want the death penalty? What don't they understand? Of course I'd want the death penalty. And not just for my family or even listeners or whatever, for anybody, I feel it. I feel it with Maureen Faulkner. We're not supposed to believe that anymore. Catholic Church complicit in this. Someday they may tell us you can't believe it. I wouldn't be surprised. And yet the polling indicates that Americans say they're pro-death penalty. Again, day and night, the left is on the march. Incrementally, pushing, that we have to deal with this. It is such a simple thing. No, I don't have to defend myself because I believe in the death penalty. Why do you think Mumia should be alive, causing this type of pain still? having his own radio show. I wonder how many listeners know about that. You might be a new listener. For quite a period of time, Mumia had his own radio show. He was the commencement speaker at Antioch, and I believe at least 3 or 4 other colleges, universities from jail. Just think about this stuff. An Ivy League school paid about $250,000 for his writings to set up a library of Mumia. The French named streets after him. Here in Philadelphia, the Move crowd still is on the march for him. And if I had to set the odds, I'd put it 50-50. Someday he walks out of jail due to Krasner and due to his ill health. He's an old guy now. He's got hepatitis C. What good would it be to keep him in jail? They will never do that. Okay, we'll see. But seeing this Korberger guy, and apparently a college professor blames herself a little bit. Why blame the college? Her course was on serial killers. And the argument is he took the course, was an A student, and that's where he got a lot of his ideas from. And Idaho, not even a place like New York or Philadelphia, he'll avoid the death penalty. So with Sean Combs, to me, it looked pretty obvious what he was up to. And yet, maximum is probably going to be something like time served already. Yeah, it's a tabloid case. To be honest, I never care about these things, but it is a big national story. And you wonder, how does anybody ever get convicted of anything major like this? That's why it's so obvious in the killing of Officer Fitzgerald that the killer, the jury, I took 18 minutes. And I think they did that to pretend like they were talking back there. All right, let's just sit here, drink something, 15 minutes, 18. Okay, let's go back out. 18 minutes guilty. So it took 18 minutes. Come on. How's there no death penalty there? All right, let's go to Carmine calling from his car. He's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Carmine, welcome in. Hi.
How you doing, sir?
Good.
I just wanted to make a comment on this City of Philadelphia union.
Yes.
So for the past 30 years, I've been dealing with unions on the management side. I was in the union for a while, and I saw how these certain unions only protect the people that do not work. I didn't see them protecting the people that sit there and bust their ass and do their job every day.
Mm-hmm.
I deal with one union, which I feel all unions should work the same way. The millwrights union do not actually work for the company. They work for the millwrights. The company pays for their time. The millwrights take money out for their vacation. The millwrights pay for their benefits, medical, dental, and all of that. But they come in, and I watch these guys work weekends, holidays, all these times without any issues and doing their job to the best of their ability and the safest I've ever seen out of any union I've met. So how can the city's union talk about how they need this, this, and this, and then, of course, try to strong-arm the city just before the 4th of July to that they're going to go on strike when they know all these festivities are going on? Basically, it's extortion, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, it is. And that's why, Carmine, they shouldn't allow these things to end around something like July 4th. They ought to be more at it, the contract ought to be extended into August when it's not as important. Thank you, Carmine. Have a nice day. Thank you for the call. By the way, AOC gave a stinging rebuke today of the president's no tax on tips, calling it a scam. And she was a little bit better than Raskin that I played for you, saying with her vast experience with this. Look, I don't demean that experience. Although she goes bridges too far, she didn't grow up in the Bronx, as you know. She was more, just like Crockett, they were more in the gilded suburban area. She did work as a bartender, ultimately, as far as I can tell. So there's that. That's good. And it informs her experience. But she's still playing the same card. No, people think she thinks it's a scam. The better thing to do is to tax someone else, and then you'll get better government services. They're just misreading this. People love the no tax on tips. They love the no tax on overtime, the Social Security one, things like that. People want their own money. You're not going to be convincing to Americans, 80%, it's an 80-20 again, that they're better off having the government take their money than send it back to them in some way, shape, or form. They know exactly what happens with that. And even if the government knew what they were doing, you mean to say individuals really want to give up their money and let someone else make that decision? No, they don't. So AOC's better at this than Jamie Raskin and some of the other Democrats, but they don't get it. It's a loser. Trump heard it from a waitress, bang, right in. Why didn't we do this before? That's a good question. We should have thought of this. This is creative. It's catchy. It's effective. I'd love to hear from you. AOC saying it's a scam. How much would this mean for you? Maybe you had a job before where it was tip-oriented. How much would it mean for you? It's got to be some degree of money that people are keeping. Now, here's the thing, and I'll be open to this. I don't see it making people tip less. Are people actually going to use that as an excuse? And I love talking about tipping and talk rate. It's one of the all-time great things because, you know what the reason is people like it. It gives us power. It's the one thing where people, they might be modest means, but they have the power to determine what they're going to do based on service. So are people now we're being told going to say, I'm going to tip less because you're getting more back in taxes. I'm not going to be as generous. I don't think so. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210. Right now, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody. Where's all the money gone?
And that is right. And we are playing for a pair of lawn tickets to see Rod Stewart One Last Time Tour, July 12th. Oh, just a week away from Saturday at the Mann Center in Philadelphia. Tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com. Henry, it's yours.
Yeah, Dom. So today we are asking for that all-time kind of religious media personality. Right. This person has been called a religious term in their time, a demon, if you can believe it or not. Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of going the other way on this one.
All
This is the person you're not going to hear preaching any sermons or anything. He's a rock and roll Hall of Famer. With a penchant for drugs and women, not exactly someone you want preaching to, on a Sunday sermon there. But here he is, about 20 years ago, singing "Amazing Grace" with a singer named Juliet Hamilton at a big mega church. I want to know the name of this Hall of Fame rock and roller singing "Amazing Grace." Let's take a listen.
Oh, stop it. I love Amazing Grace. Get him out.
Oh, you don't like?
I don't like it so far, no.
Yeah.
I like the backup people and or the audience.
Oh, that's
better.
Juliet Hamilton right there singing those backup vocals. Yeah.
Okay. So we're looking for the singer. He cover Amazing Grace. I don't know who did Amazing Grace originally.
I don't know who did it either, but he's doing a duet here with Juliet Hamilton back in 2006.
But not
rock and roll Hall of Famer.
Not exactly a guy you'd have be preaching.
No, not. I'm surprised he didn't burst into flames as soon as he walked through the door.
All right, so 855-839-1210. Hit us with that, and you are going off to see Rod Stewart over here at the Mann on just about a week away. 855-839-1210. Jump in, hit us with that.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We've raised over $3,500 just this morning. Another $500 donation from Lynn.
Lynn!
Let me see. There's a couple of other big ones. We had Mike donated another $100.
Thank you, Mike. Major announcement. Thank you to this audience. We have just reached 10,000.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much.
Come on.
I mean, this audience is absolute best. Keep the donations coming.
We need some video highlights to make the cut sheet of Stalker on the Bike.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind. Providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity, Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, 4, U.com.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? 4th of July party? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com. Extreme heat, power outages, don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 WPHT listeners get a special offer. $300 off your generator installation, a 5-year extended warranty, and 1 year of free mobile link monitoring. Call now, 610-539-2920. That's 610-539-2920.
Kids 14 and under are sure to be the coolest on the beach with the Philadelphia Water Ice Fanatic Beach Towel. Get yours on Sunday, July 6th at 1:35 when the Phillies play the Reds. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. The Angels are flying in for some summer weekend fun to match up against the Phils on Friday, July 18th at 6:45, Saturday, July 19th at 6:05, and Sunday, July 20th at 1:35. Get tickets at Phillies.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text CARD to 323232. That's CARD to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit Current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
He does a lot of parodies of different songs. To see it all come together was just awesome. And then the whole family.
There's just so much talent on that stage.
Joe Conklin's really funny. And I love the Frank Sinatra guy, and I thought the drummer was fabulous. Go Joe, go Birds. It was awesome.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. All right, Henry, tying into what we're talking about today, Jimmy Swaggart passes away at 90. Religious figure, not necessarily televangelist, hooked in with a media platform. All right, who is covering Amazing Grace here? All right, let's go to Pam. You like that there?
I did, a little bit, yeah.
All right, Pam in Monroeville. All right, Pam, who's covering the song?
Steven Tyler. Hello?
All right, Henry was deciding whether it was the right answer. It is Steven Tyler, Pam. Enjoy Rod Stewart. Yeah, Steven Tyler is a big-time voice, entertainer, etc. I just...
Yeah, he's the demon of screaming, as I was
they
alluding
there?
to
Oh,
earlier.
okay,
Yeah, that's one of
okay,
his nicknames.
okay.
So
Pam's the winner, off to see on July 12th. Pair of tickets, Rod Stewart, One Last Time tour at the Mann Center, lawn seats in Philadelphia. Tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com. Hope to have them tomorrow, and I'll be here on Friday. Not sure if we won't be doing Money Melody on Friday, but we will have the side question on Independence Day, and I will give you my top 10 founding fathers.
Ooh.
Kirk, who's your number one founding father? Every year when I do this list, the controversy, people go nuts. On July 4th, that's good. Number one founding father.
Jefferson.
That's hard to beat. Henry, how about yours?
So is a founding father anyone who signed the Declaration?
That would be a good, yeah.
John Hancock.
All right.
Still uses his name today. As what he signed.
All right.
There you go.
I don't know that he makes the top 10, but I take your point. It's when you get down to like the fourth or fifth that the fighting starts over this whole deal. And I admit a bias against Hamilton. The play is well done, but I hate the thing behind it. You know, it's kind of a subtle attack on the founding fathers. By the way, the House is debating the big, beautiful bill. They're going through rules debates, and all Republicans are voting yes, and Democrats are voting nay. That's where we are. No vote yet. I think it will be tomorrow sometime during the show. Then we're going to know whether or not they have the votes. If they don't have them then it starts to get tricky. Got to do it by July 4th. You know what will happen if that doesn't happen. The dithering starts, the opening up other stuff. All right, so I mentioned Scott Jennings, who is just unbelievable. Had him on a national show last night. He's dropping a new book out on November 18th. I have the exact title here somewhere, but there was a key. Yeah, I mentioned it early on today. Scott's book is A Revolution of Common Sense, how Donald Trump stormed Washington and fought for, and you're thinking, America, which he is. But the title is Western Civilization. Are you getting it? Jennings brilliantly saying that it's much more than just America and some of the things we see. These people are anti-civilization, anti-Western civilization. You see some of the elements that this guy represents in New York City. They're not just against Trump, America, their usual. It's bigger than that. So I expect this book, he told me he's got page after page of interviews with President Trump, but also Elon Musk. And that's kind of rare. But the theory is this is the last best hope for Western civilization. Europe isn't up to it. They're part of the problem to defend against this. And when you see the guy in New York, the Democrat nominee, he crawls with things that are anti-Western civilization. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hit us with that all-time religious figure that you believe is of note, that had some kind of media platform. We'll get a winner. Name will go into the hat. Tomorrow, I saw this. I haven't seen it yet. It's not the type of film. I mean, I don't dislike Brad Pitt. Formula One, F1 is the name of the film. And I saw a review in National Review that said this is a heck of a sports film. You know, and I guess auto racing, you have to be fairly athletic to do some of this stuff. It's not back in the day of big fat guys just sitting there who could drive fast and crash and all that stuff. So tomorrow we're probably going to ask all-time sports movie, but be thinking of a scene in it that drives it. Think of that scene. Just don't, say Rocky. Is it a line? Is it a particular scene in there? I know what it is in Rocky. I'm not going to say. I'll wait till tomorrow. That drives it. But used to have Ray Dininger on. He and Glenn Macnow wrote the great sports book, The Top 100 Sports Films. I'd have to look it up to see the one they chose number one. And we'll hit that tomorrow. On Independence Day, I'm going to do something along the lines of the Great Patriot, something like that, or, 100 Things We Love About America, something like that. Your name will go into the hat. You can be the winner on Friday, all right? And there'll probably be a $50 gift card to Gallows. Right now, the way to get in is 855-839-1210. As I said with this book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization, just makes a tremendous amount of sense. It is Western civilization that's on the line. Look at college campuses. Look at what they're doing with Jewish students. Look at how far this goes. Look at their fixation with the Free Palestine stuff, with some of the more radical forms of Islam. That's what's at stake here. In America, Donald Trump, even if he doesn't articulate it that way, I think Jennings is right. That's what Trump is up to. That's what he's doing. All right, coming to your calls. We'll get a winner soon here on Talk Radio 1210.
There are so many threats to your retirement future, from geopolitical clashes to economic volatility. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system protects over 6,000 clients from each and every one of those threats.
My name is Fred Everly, and I'm a crash-proof retirement consumer that joined Crash-Proof 2022. Everybody should consider crash-proof retirement if you really want to save your nest egg, especially in the environment we're in right now. You have the opportunity to make not just 4 or 6%. You could go into the double digits, and that interest will earn more interest. My money is still protected by the crash-proof retirement system, and that puts a big smile on my face.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Springfield Country Club in Delaware County, Tuesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Weather sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice.
The clouds should break for some sun today, going up to 84, but still humid. Tomorrow, 89 for the high with some thunderstorms around in the afternoon. But by Friday for 4th of July, sunny, less humid, and a high of 84 degrees.
Rocket Popeyes has landed at Rita's. Enjoy a blast of flavor inspired by the iconic red, white, and blue ice pop. Top it off with the new firecracker glitter topping for an extra spark of deliciousness. It's only here for a limited time, so stop by and try Rocket Popeyes today. Be cool, eat at Rita's.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. So, Thomas Massey from Kentucky, it's a kind of a House version of Rand Paul to some degree, now claims he has a block of 10 Republicans who are adamantly not going to sign off on the big, beautiful bill. Now, this guy's turned into a grandstander, and Trump is really going after him, so I understand the back and forth. But he's not a guy that I think would lie, so on paper, he might have that. The bottom line, though, is the president, no public events today. I think he's on the phone just repeatedly. Are they really going to resist in the end, knowing that if this doesn't pass and we get past July 4th, this gets reopened? You know what that's going to be like. Look, they've had plenty of time. The dithering just work between now and the deadline on July 4th. I don't care if you bring a cot in there. What do we have to do to get this done? What's the impasse? It's hard. And I despise having to sign off on this $40,000 for these people in places like Jersey and all, usually wealthier, to get their break because of Jersey being confiscatory. But okay, we've done that. It appears that illegals still would get Medicaid. But Massey and these others, what's the glitch here? What is it specifically they can't sign off on? And I think people know the consequences. I played you Jim Jordan, who I just talked with about this. And I don't like aspects of this, but I realize the consequence. And I'm looking forward to the midterms in the sense of 3 things. If this passes, the economy's going to soar. 2, this guy in New York is making it so difficult for Democrats. They don't know what to say. Do they endorse? Are they with him or not? They can't figure out a way to deal with it. And as we close on the midterms, I feel very good about it. Even though the party in power, we know that usually loses, I think we're able to hold this. But if this doesn't pass, then I don't see it. I mean, you know it and I know it, that there's not going to be any of those things I talked about. Here we go. I don't believe there's 10 that are diehard, that are willing to just, no matter what, they're not going to sign off on this. Now, I don't know what they want. I don't know all the back and forth on this. Is it possible to get them over the finish line, say, by tomorrow night? Yeah, I think it is. But there are going to be a couple, at least, and Massey's one, that are not going to vote for it. And all we need is 4, and it's over. We've been over backwards putting stuff in here like that salt tax that I just can't stand. But I take the point of Jim Jordan. All right, then where are we going to go? The other thing is the president has had the last 10 days or so, success after success. It's on a roll. Would this stop it? I mean, just look at this story with Penn. I can't emphasize how difficult it is to get Penn to apologize to the former female athletes, to take away, strip, so to speak, Leah Thomas of his accomplishments, to ban trans athletes from women's sports, call it what you will in the future, following Title IX. It's a big win that may open up other things. So how in the world are we going to let a few of these guys? Are they the principled ones? They've been in Washington enough. Is that what they're voting on, or is there some other agenda here? Little hard to say because there's a number of them. Let's go to Craig in Maryland. And Craig, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Craig, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. How are you?
Good, very good. What do you have today, Craig?
Okay, well, I've had a lot of time to think on a few things, and I'm glad I came up with for the question of the day is our buddy Jim Jones down in Guyana. Not only did he get a TV movie out of it, we also now don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Yes.
If you either drink the Kool-Aid, it's bad.
Right.
It's become a cultural phenomenon. And one other point, when you have Jim Jordan on, listening to him talk, he has to say what he has to say, and I can believe it to a point. When I look at Schumer or Pelosi or whatever, and they're saying anything, I see the words coming out of their mouth, and here, Biden was just fine. He's the best he's ever been.
Exactly.
For 4 years. I mean, I don't want to hear from any of them that kids are going to die from this bill. Just shut up.
No, it's ridiculous.
Just
look,
shut up.
it's able-bodied men when we break it down. But look, Craig, some of these Republicans I have on, they are treating Medicaid like Social Security as the third rail here. I think they have to do a better job, just as we are, in explaining exactly what would happen here. Thanks, Craig. Jim Jones is a really good one. All right, so we got that. I'm amazed. One of the things I'm most amazed about with Trump, there's no way that I think this usually would work. Paramount now is settling for at least $16 million. I've seen estimates of $30 million for what they did with the fooling around with the taping and the answers of Kamala Harris in the 60 Minutes interview. Trump won with George Stephanopoulos. There are any number of other things. You got to understand libel, defamation laws. When you're that big of a public celebrity, name recognition, et cetera, as Donald Trump, it's very difficult to win under the rules that we have. But one way or another, this is another example of the media having to admit they did the wrong things here, change their policy, and pay him $16 million at least. Paramount is the parent company, but it's CBS News, CBS 60 Minutes. So they keep on rolling on. Is this president, in the end, going to be done in, though, by Tom Massey and 9 or 10 other Republicans? I don't think so. But I can't possibly be inside and see what's going on here, since it's not one thing. It's any number of them that want different things or saying different things, and then you have the same thing with the Senate. I thought the Senate, at the end of the day, as much as I think they have the better position on Medicaid, I think they went after it more. In the House, they seem to be afraid to do that. Can't have these people on Medicaid. This is an 80-20 issue in the polling. When you tell them the lion's share of people on Medicaid that we're talking about are not working, and all they're being asked to do is to work 80 hours a month or volunteer to continue to get Medicaid. Why are Republicans having a hard time breaking through with that? They are, though. And the Senate bill says for women that have a child over the age of 15. So the first part in the House is childless men, but women are included on the Senate side. Makes sense to me. All right, let's grab one more here. All right, Joe in Exton, really outside the box today. Joe on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
After I present my answer, I have a comment.
Sure.
My all-time evangelist is Moses, who led society on a path of moral behavior with a set of rules called the Ten Commandments. Now, for my comment, regarding that book on Western civilization, it's always been my contention that America represents the logical conclusion of Western Europe and therefore of Western civilization.
Absolutely. That's why I put it in the title, Joe. I kind of think you would be advising him. Thank you. I mean, it's not just America. Joe would be saying, what about Western civilization? Exactly. I'm glad that Scott Jennings did that. Well, I don't know that Moses was a media figure. Hey, one other thing, Pam Bondi, and I know how much people want to get at this. I get it. Pam Bondi has raised the stakes to around the Epstein files, claiming they're going through tens of thousands of videos. Now, I've been saying all along, the Epstein thing. All right, I think Epstein killed himself, but okay, here we go, back and forth. Don't tease this, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. In other words, every time you bring up something like this, how long do we have to wait? You got people on it. Let us know what you think about this. Let us know what the conclusion is here. Put something out. They teased it up and then delivered nothing essentially on it. So, Henry, do you think he killed himself?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely
Kirk, how
not.
about you?
Agreed.
He did kill himself?
All right.
Agree with me?
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
He didn't kill himself. Well, you guys got to show me the tape. I mean, they have tape running and all that stuff.
I want to see this tape just as much as you. When
Yeah,
all
okay.
those guys, Bongino and all of them saying, I've seen the tape.
Right.
Or except they didn't say
I do
that.
too.
Well, there's a conspiracy that allegedly the cameras were turned off, and
Well, we'll know that if they are. I mean, this forensically we'll know.
But I am with you. I'm just sick of them being like, oh, we got some
teasing us.
Epstein nuggets, and they're like, all right, let's hear
there's
it.
no
And it's
nugget.
like,
You gotta-
hold on a second, and then they come out with nothing.
I would say this is suspicious. My usual thing is incompetency on this. They want to say something in order to still the waters, and they ought to be quiet until they're really willing to do something. And, of course, you got the other side saying, oh, they're covering up for Trump. Bragg and others would have gotten at this. If they could have tied Trump to this, they would have gotten it. What the motivation is, not to put out the Epstein stuff, I'm not sure.
I do feel like it is almost a cover-up for something, the way they keep
Right.
teasing, oh, it's a big announcement, and then nothing burger right after.
Yeah.
It does feel like they want to say something, but cannot because some forces at play aren't letting them.
They ought to,
I don't know.
They ought to not bring it up, though. She's
No, they
really-
shouldn't.
I've interviewed her a dozen times. She's really sharp. Don't bring it up then until you're ready to bring it up. Saying, oh, there's tens of thousands of videos. Here we go. Even more out there. It sets it off. All right. It is the lightning round. We're going to get a winner here. Great question. Great answers today. All-time religious figure that had a media platform of one sort or another. I don't know that Moses was on Facebook.
He had followers, though.
He had followers.
Went all through the
Millions
desert.
of followers.
That's true. He made it at the end of the desert. He may have been doing something there. Joe's right. I'm glad Joe agrees with the book title, The Western Civilization. All right, we wrap it up with the lightning round next on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Make the most of your summer spending with the Cash Reward MasterCard from American Heritage Credit Union. Be rewarded for all your summer adventures by earning 3% on essentials like gas and groceries, 2% on travel and dining, and 1% on everything else. Plus, receive a $150 bonus reward when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At lendseek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's marketplace. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000, you could receive the business funding you need when it matters most, regardless of your personal credit score. Funds in your account in just 24 hours with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply for the business funding you need today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. By the way, one observation from Twitter of my own. Does the P. Diddy case tell us that the Me Too movement is over? At its height. Think of all the people the last couple of years. It hasn't been like it was when we saw a number of people turned out. Or is it just the celebrity status in these urban juries? All right, hit us with that religious figure. Joe in Columbus. Hey, Joe, afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Dom. When I heard my entry's theatrical recitation this week, I could not help but think of Jimmy Swaggart immediately when he was saying, I failed you, I failed you. And, Dom, he got caught with prostitutes not once but twice.
Yep.
I don't know if we fail to remember that.
Yeah.
But my entry was, it turned politics into a Pentecostal and charismatic evangelistic revival with Betsy Pringle saying, the things.
All the things.
And she couldn't define, every liberal cannot define what the things are.
Absolutely, Joe. Brilliantly played. That is a very good one. Yeah, she's playing the religious card. I don't know what else to call it. I'm watching the family in Idaho, the Mogan family, react to the plea deal hearing. And all I'm running into are people that say, well, what's such a big reaction? The guy's going to be in jail for life. You got to be kidding me. How can you rest knowing this? Well, there'll be the appeals. You have to go through that. Hey, I know the Fitzgerald family. They're willing to go through appeals if that guy had gotten the death penalty. Because what they're doing is they're doing it for us also. And they would step up to go through that. Now they have to live with this, and he might get out someday. Gary in Newtown. Gary, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hi, Dom. How are you, sir?
Good.
I'm going to go, and I'm going to root for Thomas Massey. Hopefully he gets what he needs, and hopefully the big, beautiful bill goes a little bit more financially to our favor, meaning you and our favor, right? Stop spending all the money. But my side question answer today is very similar to Move. I'm going to go to David Koresh, where 80 people died, a lot of them women and children.
Yeah, that was a religious, the church of I want to have sex with a bunch of women primarily. Remember Janet Reno there? Oh, my God. Karen in North Carolina. Karen, welcome.
Hey, Dom. Hello from North Carolina.
Hi, Karen.
Before there were evangelicals on
Yes.
TV, you had mentioned something about looking for a Catholic, and the first televangelist was Bishop Fulton Sheen.
I took him off, though, Karen. Yeah, I took him off.
Oh, I didn't
agree
know
with
that.
you. Oh,
And
no,
they
he's
didn't
the
tell
old
me
time.
that. Oh, I'm sorry.
He had, if you remember, if you've seen it, the most piercing eyes imaginable. Unbelievable.
Oh, yeah, and
Yeah.
he won an Emmy Award.
Oh, yeah.
And his ratings were so good that he bumped Frank Sinatra off of a primetime show.
All right, I'll allow.
So-
I'll put it in. Thank you, Karen. You didn't hear that in the beginning. All right, it's time that we arrive at a decision here. Well, Drew in Upper Darby, I think, has got a quick one that I have a little story on. Drew, who's yours?
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. Dom, back in the early 90s, I believe the NFL, they told all the players, don't pray after the game.
Mm-hmm.
But out of defiance, I think it was led by Reggie White, and it still goes on today. After every game at the 50-yard line, black players, white players, they all pray. And the whole country doesn't only see it. I think the whole world sees it. And they still do it today. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. I thought he was going to say Tim Tebow. I was invited to this big pro-life celebration dinner, and I got to sit next to Tim Tebow's mom. It was all arranged. And she got on the phone with the Jets, I think. Oh, man, you talk about competitive, because of the son. Look, I realize the flaws. He did win 7 in a row in Denver, though. Just saying, I realize the flaws.
Very low-scoring games.
Yeah, Tim Tebow could play for me, though. I realize he may not be a quarterback, but I get it. All right, Kirk, we'll start off with you. Who did you like today?
I got to go with Joe from Columbus.
Joe of Columbus with all the things.
All the things.
Outside
all the
box.
things.
Okay.
That's outside the box. So
Henry?
I'm going with him.
I like Minnie in Texas's answer of Philly Jesus.
Yes.
Barb and Hercel with Tim McGraw. I thought that was a very good call. And Craig in Maryland with the Jim Jones. I thought that was outside the box and a good call.
Yeah, they were a good call. All right, I can go with the Jim Jones. It was a good call in Maryland, too. Put his name into the hat. Tomorrow, be thinking all-time great sports film. But the scene is what we want, or that moment, particularly if you can do it in it. Don't say Rudy, though. I'm sorry to tell you that. I hate Rudy. Rudy's. Yeah, I know. It's just something about it turns me off. I know that Ray and Glenn really tanked Rudy in their top 100 sports films. I don't think Rocky was number 1. I'll have to look it up by tomorrow.
Tough list.
All right. Rich Cioli is next for 4 big hours, and we'll be with you tomorrow with some great guests, some great ideas. We'll see if the big new bill, beautiful bill, moves forward, or Thomas Massey is holding the fort. Rich next, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. It's the 4th of July Flash Sales event here at Colonial. This Thursday, Friday, and Saturday only. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Or get 0% financing on any new Hyundai. Declare your independence from your old vehicle and get into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment. July 3rd, 4th, and 5th, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock or take advantage of 0% financing. Plus, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition, guaranteed, only at Colonial Hyundai. And every new Hyundai comes with a 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's Best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Take advantage of these deals before they sizzle out. 3 days only, July 3rd through 5th. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Vehicle must be purchased at dealer list price. Finance offer 20% down required. Term for 36 months. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires July 12, 2020.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right. For decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP